2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
To infinity and beyond.
He's live. He's nationwide. This is the Zach Gelb Show. Here's your host, Zach Gelb.
From the palatial yet not overly ostentatious studios of the Infinity Sports Network here in beautiful New York City, sitting on top of the 10th floor, 345 Hudson Street. Welcome on in to what is a Monday edition of the Zach Gelb Show across all great local Infinity Sports Network affiliates, Sirius XM, Channel 158 or Channel 375, the free Odyssey app, and of course, always streaming live on YouTube. I'll tell you, that's the first time I had a little slip up. That's one. I got to throw a quarter into the jar. I'll get the jar back out. I'll throw a quarter back in, as now we're on Sirius XM Channel 375. We'll take you all the way up until 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific time. Mark Schlereth is going to stop by at 4:20 p.m. Eastern, 1:20 p.m. Pacific. I got Samter here today. I got Stu here, and away we go as we have our Super Bowl 59 set between the Kansas City Chiefs. Yes, they are there again, going up against the Philadelphia Eagles, and we have a rematch of a Super Bowl from 2 years ago. We will get all into the Kansas City Chiefs. We will get all into the Philadelphia Eagles. We will get all into the Washington Commanders. But we lead the show, and I told you this going into the weekend, that 99.9% of the time, coming off a big football weekend, when we get into the studio on a Monday, we are talking about either a head coach or we are talking about a quarterback. And today we're going to talk about the head coach of the Buffalo Bills, and that's Sean McDermott. Now, let me say this, and I felt this way immediately when the game ended. I also felt this way last year. I remember doing a show last year when the Bills once again lost by a razor-thin margin to the best team in football in the Kansas City Chiefs. And I remember getting on the radio and I remember saying, if the Bills want to win a Super Bowl, it's time to get rid of Sean McDermott. Now, Sean McDermott is a good coach. Sean McDermott's also reached his apex with the Buffalo Bills. And the analogy I used last year is when you're rebuilding a house, which Sean McDermott did, right? Before he got there, the Buffalo Bills were not in the postseason for 17 seasons. He gets in there right away with Tyrod Taylor, of all people. He takes them to the postseason. It was one of the more forgettable games in postseason history, as you had a low-scoring wildcard weekend affair between the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Buffalo Bills. I think it was Blake Bortles was still the quarterback at the time for the Jaguars. Blake Bortles and Tyrod Taylor. Then after that, they go 6-10. And since then, the Buffalo Bills have been a habitual AFC East champion, a double-digit win team, and they've been one of the best teams in football. So Sean McDermott gets credit for being one of the biggest pieces in building up that Bills culture. But sometimes when you're rebuilding a house, the guy that puts the fixture down, the guy that puts the flooring down, puts the windows in, right? Carves out the bedrooms in the house, the toilets, the laundry machine, all of that. Sometimes you need somebody else to put the roof on top of a home. And that's where the Bills are at right now. They need somebody else to put the roof on top of their home. And I fully say this knowing there is a 0% chance the Bills are going to fire Sean McDermott today, tomorrow, or a few weeks from now. They won't do it. Because even though the Pagula family are newer owners, they are afraid of what life is like without Sean McDermott. They are. Just like how the Eagles were afraid of what life was going to be like with Andy Reid. I know Andy Reid has gone on to become one of the greatest coaches of all time. But did the Eagles win a Super Bowl with Doug Peterson? Yes, they did. And last year, my take was this. And I threw out a bunch of people. I said, if the Buffalo Bills want to win a Super Bowl, they got to go hire either Bill Belichick, Jim Harbaugh, Pete Carroll, right? Those are the names that I threw out there. And I even said Mike Vrabel. But you look at those names that are remaining. Well, Pete Carroll's with the Raiders. Jim Harbaugh's with the Chargers. Mike Vrabel's with the New England Patriots. And Bill Belichick is with the UNC Tar Heels. To me, that is still bizarre. That is still funky. And when you say it, Bill Belichick, the head coach of the UNC Tar Heels, there's like an alarm that goes off in my brain. And it just says, Zach, that doesn't sound right. It doesn't. So both things can be true. In terms of Sean McDermott is a good coach. Sean McDermott has also reached his apex with the Buffalo Bills. And if the Bills want to capitalize here in Josh Allen's prime, when the Super Bowl window is still open, I think they need to make a change at the head coaching position. And I didn't think that was going to be my take. Like, I was going through it yesterday before the game. If the Bills lose, you know, who are we probably going to be talking about? And I said either McDermott or Allen. But the moment that game ended, and knowing the way that we know the lay of the land in the coaching world, and I know Mike Lombardi could sit up there and he could say, hey, Bill doesn't want to go to the NFL. We laugh at the NFL. We say bleep the NFL right now. That's just what you're telling yourself to make yourself feel better about yourselves. And I know Bills fans probably want no part of Bill Belichick, right? Because of what he did with the Patriots. But don't you want to win? And I've seen Bill Belichick, even though, right, Mahomes still got his, have really good game plans up against Mahomes where they have contained him for at least a half, and they have gone on to defeat Patrick Mahomes in the regular season and obviously in the postseason. And I know it's $10 million to get Bill out now, and maybe Bill will say he's not interested until next year, but I can't do this again. Like, I'm not even a fan of the Bills nor the Chiefs, right? Like, we know players on both sides. We know coaches on both sides. But I'm watching that yesterday, and I'm the idiot. Like, I took the bait. I said it last year. Until someone takes out the Kansas City Chiefs, I won't pick against them. And I can tell you this now, even though I just said that. And usually my word is good 9.9 times out of 10. Right? I picked the Bills the other day. And I was confident about it. I was also confident about Matt Collins getting the end zone for plus 600. That was a nice little winner yesterday. But I also had the Bills on the money line. I had the Bills plus the 2 points. I thought the Bills were going to win. I thought this was Josh Allen's time. And you go through the entirety of the game. There were coaching mistakes. The Chiefs were better coached. You know, Joe Brady I didn't think have his finest game. How many times are you going to run that tush push? Right? Like, and not run it correctly. There's just moments in the game where I go, it feels like that should be it for Sean McDermott. And he's not a bad coach. He's not. But you have been really, really close. But yet so far. And in the moment yesterday when I'm sitting on my couch and I'm watching that game end between the Chiefs and the Bills, where I'm like, oh my goodness gracious. Right? The Chiefs are doing it again and the Bills are doing it again, and that's not the right way that you want to hear the Bills doing it again, because you wanted to see the Bills get to the Super Bowl. I think most of America yesterday wanted to see the Bills get to the Super Bowl. And I could sit here and tell you I'm not going to pick against Kansas City in 2 weeks, but I probably will pick the Eagles. I think the Eagles are the better overall team. But here's something that I know. Mahomes, Andy Reid, Spags, they're going to bring their best. And you have to knock them out to take them down. Because look at what we've seen so far. We've seen the Niners be up by double digits twice in the Super Bowl. 0-2 against Kansas City. We've seen the Bills have 4 opportunities in the postseason up against Kansas City. 0-4. We've seen a Lamar Jackson back-to-back years, right? Last year not get the job done in the AFC Championship game when the Chiefs' offense wasn't all that good. And this year couldn't even get to the Ravens because of the Mark Andrews drop. Couldn't even get to the rematch. And we're looking around the Eagles, you know, and we'll do more on this later. But the Eagles lost already a Super Bowl to the Kansas City Chiefs. If they lose 2, what hope do we have left? What hope do we have left? Because only 3 teams have defeated Mahomes in the postseason. He's 17-3 in the postseason. 2 of those teams are quarterbacked by Tom Brady. One of them was coached by Bill Belichick. Right? Tampa Bay, New England, both got a postseason victory up against Mahomes. The Bengals with Joe Burrow got a postseason victory up against Mahomes. So if the Eagles can't get it done 2 weeks from now, we are hopeless as NFL fans. We are really hopeless. But I get back to the Buffalo Bills. And I don't want to sit here and say into the microphone that Sean McDermott has to go. But someone has to be held accountable here. And even though he's a good coach, they constantly get beat. And I know it's an all-time great duo, right, in Reid and Mahomes, but they constantly get beat by them. And you can't tell me that Josh Allen played a bad game yesterday. He didn't. So I look at Sean McDermott, when your alternative is Bill Belichick, why not? And if you're a Bills fan that's going to sit there and go, oh, I can't stomach it. You know, he used to beat us like a drum for years. Well, don't you want to win? So even if Bill says no, you got to get on your hands and knees and beg. Beg. Please, Bill. We'll let you bring Lombardi. We'll let you bring your 24-year-old girlfriend. We'll let you do whatever you want. But you got to be one of us. We want you to coach this team. And that team's really close. And Brady's no longer in the league, right? Burrow can't make the postseason anymore. You know, I'm sure he'll be back soon. But he didn't make it the last 2 years, and he was hurt one of them. So it's like you look at the teams that have been able to defeat Mahomes when it matters. It's slim pickings, but Brady's not even in the league anymore. So I look back at that game yesterday, and that's my biggest take. That's my take after the game, is that Sean McDermott, and I don't anticipate the Bills to do this, but Sean McDermott's got to go. He's got to go. Just the case, if you could get Bill Belichick. And if you can't get Bill Belichick, then you keep Sean McDermott. And don't tell me, oh, you can't talk to Bill before you get rid of McDermott. It's not great, but you can. You got to at least kick those tires with Bill and at least see if he'll respond to you. Now, looking back at some specifics that I jotted down during the game, I thought CBS did a terrible job at the production of the AFC Championship game. You know, they're saying there's a flag at the end when there's not. You look at that Kincaid drop, they eventually showed the replay. But in that moment, and I don't know about you, Stu, when Allen's getting rushed and he has to throw that ball fading away, I'm like, okay, the ball just came up short. Kincaid made a valiant effort diving for the football, and he really never had a chance to catch it. Like, that's what I thought just watching it in the moment. And they showed a replay, but they didn't zoom in and show you how close the catch actually was by Dalton Kincaid of potentially being made. Like, until minutes later is when they eventually showed how close it was. I thought it was a bad job by CBS. Did you kind of get the same read on that as I did in the moment?
I did, and like you said, it was minutes. To me, it felt like 10 minutes later. It was a while later.
Long.
It wasn't just like a minute or two. It was a while later. And then also the flag late in the game where, Nance thought there was a flag. Yeah. The graphic came up that there was a flag, but there was never a flag. Yeah,
so it was just bizarre. But if we're going to get on Mark Andrews was an easier catch last week, don't get me wrong. But if we're going to get on Mark Andrews, you got to get on Dalton Kincaid. And that's why it's like when you just attack a quarterback, and I said it last week, I'm not blaming Lamar. This week, I'm not blaming Josh. He made the throw against all odds. He made the stinking throw. And when you've been Superman all year, somebody got to take the cape for a moment. And Dalton Kincaid couldn't do it. So that was one thing that I realized in the game. Also, since you brought it up and you said like 10 minutes later, isn't it weird how once that play did fall incomplete, and I know he's a buddy of mine, but you take a glance at Deion Dawkins and Chris Jones right afterwards, like they're taking off their helmets and they're shaking hands as if the game is over. And I'm sure Buffalo right on that sideline, you're not expecting to get the ball back. But if you're going to keep this head coach, he's a defensive-minded head coach. I know it's Patrick Mahomes, but make a stop. And it's 3rd and 9, and you let Samaje Perine be wide open? Now, you get the ball back with under a minute left. They make the kick. You know, it's a 6-point game. You still got to march down the field, and you got to get a touchdown, and you got no timeouts left. But you can't make that stop? And you let Samaje Perine beat you? So I thought it was weird how on Twitter and also on the sideline, how everyone thought the game was over even when there was time left. So those are two things that stood out to me. Also what stood out to me, what the heck are the Bills doing? You know the best, Stu, let me ask you this. Who was the best player for the Buffalo Bills yesterday in your opinion?
I would say James Cook.
You're 100% right. As much as I love Josh Allen, James Cook was the best player in that game for the Buffalo Bills. What are they doing? You know, Ray Davis, Ty Johnson, and Nance and Rumble, like, oh, they think he's the best third down back. I don't care. Have a feel for the game. James Cook was doing whatever he wanted. He was gashing that Chiefs defense. And they were taking him out, putting him on the sideline. I thought he was hurt. You know, even on the last drive, first down, he's on the field, and he pops back out there for a second down. It made no sense. He didn't touch the ball on that final drive. So even if you tell me Josh Allen was the best player for the Bills, and I would disagree with that yesterday. I thought it was James Cook. But even if you say Josh Allen, how does James Cook, your second best player then, not touch the ball? That made no sense to me as well. Now, let's get to the officials. And also, one more criticism of McDermott. I said this in the moment. And you know me, when it comes to coaching decisions, it's what I say in the moment. I don't second guess it when it comes to coaches. It's what I feel in the moment if I'm going to criticize a decision. I don't know about you, Stu. I thought he was chasing points. I get you get the penalty. You just scored that Matt Collins touchdown right before the end of half. I know there's a penalty. It moves you up a yard. I don't like going for two there. Don't ruin momentum. And then he was still chasing for that 2-point conversion because he didn't get it later on in the game. The second one, I could at least get him a little bit more fine with it. But I thought in both times you should have just kicked the extra point. And every point matters up against the Kansas City Chiefs. And who knows what would have happened? Who knows what would have happened if, I know they ended up losing by 3, and you could dictate the game a certain way, and it could change other ways after that if they had 2 more points in their pocket. I don't know. But I thought the decisions of the moment, especially the first one by McDermott, I did not like, especially with the momentum and everything that had happened. But either way, let's get to the referee. I don't know how they call that Xavier Worthy play a catch. I thought the ball clearly hit the ground. But if you go on that 4th and 1, it should have never even have been a 4th and 1. It either should have been 4th and an inch or it should have been first down, because on the play prior, it looked like the tight end for Buffalo got the first down. But anyway, you go to the 4th down play. At first, I thought it was close. At first, I thought he didn't get it. But when they show the replay, I think that's called the first down any other Sunday. So I don't think that that's the reason why the Bills lost. I'm not blaming the officials. I was more irate with the officials last week with Texans and Chiefs. I'm not blaming the officials for why the Buffalo Bills lost. But in that case, and hey, no lead is safe up against Mahomes. But Stu, the Bills are driving there. It's 22-21. They're up in the game. When they're moving that ball, I'm sitting there thinking to myself, all right, it won't be over, but they're really going to take firm control of this game. And it's just unfortunate. Some people could watch it and say, hey, that's a first. Some people could say, hey, that's not a first. And I know you go with what's on the field. One official had it as a first. The other official didn't, but they said it was short. So I don't know who wins that argument. And then after you review it, I know by the rule, you have to have conclusive evidence, right? It has to be conclusive. But how many times you see something that's called, you don't have conclusive evidence, and they go, oh, it's a first down. But the overhead angle, it looked like it was a first down to me. I thought he got it. Now, still, even with all that, the Bills had the ball late. The Bills could have taken a lead or tied up the game, taken a lead. And they came up short. They came up short. You get Mahomes to a field goal, you're getting the ball back, you have a chance to go win the game. Now, even if you score with how much time left, who knows? If you get a field goal, goes to overtime. I don't know how that game plays out. But with every other thing you want to chalk it up to, you had the ball late, and Dalton Kincaid's got to catch it. But I did not think, my prevailing thought from that game, it's three things. One, I think you got to go get Belichick over and get rid of McDermott. Two, Dalton Kincaid's got to bail out his quarterback there, help out his quarterback. Because the quarterback made a heck of a throw. And then number three, I don't get how anyone could ever believe that the Bills are actually going to beat the Chiefs again. It's now 4 times. The last 2 years, I thought they were going to get the job done, and I'm the dummy today with egg on my face. So congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs. Congratulations to the Philadelphia Eagles. Not heartbreak for the Commanders, but heartbreak today for the Buffalo Bills. Adam and Tom, I'll get to you on the other side. You get on my phone lines as well. 855-212-4227. 855-212-4227. We're off and running. We'll talk Bills and Eagles Bills and Chiefs throughout the day. Also, we'll touch on Commanders and Eagles as well, as we got our Super Bowl matchup set, as we'll see the Eagles and the Chiefs once again, this time just happening in New Orleans.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
You're listening to the Zach Gelb Show on the Infinity Sports Network.
All righty, Zach Gelb Show, Infinity Sports Network. Mark Schleyer is going to join us coming up 55 minutes from now. We'll recap Conference Championship weekend with him. Eagles, Chiefs going back to the Super Bowl, and the Commanders and Bills do fall yesterday. Stu, fade out the music for me, because I have to have a moment of silence. And I know moment of silences aren't really good for the radio because you don't want dead air, but we're going to have a quick second or two moment of silence for the Buffalo Bills. Thank you. And the reason why we had that moment of silence at 855-212-4227, 855-212-4227 is because it's a funeral today for the Buffalo Bills. And we welcome in the biggest Bills fan we know that listens to this show. That is Adam in Toronto. Adam, I hate to do you like that, but my condolences.
Oh, Zach, I'm used to it by now, man. After the 13-second game, I'm pretty sure I'm numb to everything now. But look, man, I'm so sick of calling this show every year and having the exact same reaction, man. And you're 100% right. They have reached their apex with Sean McDermott. They reached their apex with Sean McDermott probably after the 13-second game. I pretty much realized that this guy can't take us to a Super Bowl. I mean, has anyone found James Cook yet? Is there a missing poster, or can someone call the missing persons hotline to make sure he's okay? Because what the heck are we doing? You're right. He was the best player last night, not Josh Allen. Josh played well, but James Cook was the best player.
And that's the thing, Adam. If you're a head coach, I get it. He's not an offensive guy, but you still control the rest of the team. How don't you go over or talk to Joe Brady in that moment or the running backs coach, whoever does the rotations, and go, guys, we got to get the ball to James Cook, or at least bare minimum, we need James Cook on the damn field, because how McDermott didn't do that, and I get it, he's a defensive-minded head coach, but you still control the team. The head coach can still get what he wants, and how they just basically made James Cook go away when he was gashing the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm not even a Bills fan. I was pulling out my hair because I hate incompetence, and that was an incompetent decision by the entire Bills coaching staff. But who oversees it? It's Sean McDermott.
And that's all it is, Zach. In big games and big moments, and you are absolutely correct, and I've said this before, he is a good coach. But when it comes down to the big game and the big moment, he seems – I don't know what the heck happens, man. I don't know why he pulls away – Sean McDermott seems to love to run the ball. Why are we trying to push Allen every single fourth down when it's already been proven the Chiefs are guarding the left side where Allen's more comfortable and they're getting him? Why are we not using James Cook? My second point, I forget who went down. It's slipping my mind right now. But when Elam came in, I don't even know if it's pronounced that right. Elam came in. Mm-hmm. He needs to learn how to sell insurance or something. Like, find a new day job. Because my 2.5-year-old nephew has better footwork than him on the defensive end. It is pathetic. Every play, Xavier Worthy was separating so much space from him, and it was just disgusting to watch. Now, I'm a big Dalton Kincaid guy. I have been since he got drafted. Yesterday was the first moment I said, this guy's a bust. Like, I know I sound like I'm overreacting, but and it was a very catchable ball. It wasn't the easiest catch, but you know what? When you have Superman doing everything for you, can someone just help the guy out?
100%. And you know what? I like Brandon Beane a lot, Adam, but Kincaid has not lived up to the hype, and I was a big fan of Kincaid coming out of Utah. And then also in addition to that, making a deal with the Chiefs. And I know that you had the trade with how Mahomes got there and all that stuff, right, which isn't on Beane, but you look at it years later, the fact that you trade with the Chiefs and they get Xavier Worthy and Keon Coleman, great personality. I think he could be a good wide receiver. But how Xavier Worthy just destroyed the Bills yesterday, you just can't make a deal with the Chiefs in the draft. You just can't do it.
I saw it. You're right. And you know what? I don't think Xavier Worthy was the player the Bills want, but you're right. You're 100% right. You cannot make a deal with the devil and let him go to the Chiefs. Brandon Beane needs to go get Josh Allen, a star wide receiver. You know what, man? I good, and I picked up on that plus 600 Mac Hollins anytime touchdown. So and I had Chiefs money line for a happiness hedge. So my pockets are full and my heart is empty. But Brandon Beane, man, you cannot have a top 3 quarterback throwing to Mac Hollins and Curtis Samuel and a washed up Amari Cooper. And I know the Cooper trade, you didn't know he wasn't, but. Come on, man. Josh, other than Diggs, Josh hasn't had a star wide receiver in his career, and that's on Beane and roster construction. So I'm down for Bill Belichick. I'm down for anything at this point, man.
You want to win.
And I like Sean McDermott. I like the culture, and he dug us out of the dirt with Josh Allen. But, I can't keep every January, I can't keep sitting down on my TV and going, we're going to lose to the Chiefs, man, because I'm going insane. I couldn't sleep last night. We've never been closer, Zach, but we've never been more further away. It is insane, man. And, the part that I keep saying to myself is that, hey, at least the other 31 teams are saying the same thing I'm saying. But, please, Eagles, fly. Please do it.
They got to give you some hope. Adam, I appreciate it. Thanks so much. And one thing I'll disagree with Adam is he said he was done with Sean McDermott after the 13 seconds. I thought Sean had an opportunity to redeem himself. And we've seen it, right? Last year, they lose the game in the divisional round. But this year, we're now 3 seasons removed from that. 2022, 2023, 2024. We've had 3 years since that. And to not get this one done, it's I can't even say anymore. And I said it last year, but I'll say it again this year. You got to go get a coach that can win a Super Bowl. And as good as McDermott is, I don't think he's winning a Super Bowl with this group. Done a really good job. But as I keep on saying, he's reached his apex here with the Buffalo Bills. Let's go to Myrtle Beach. Tom is next up. Zach Gelb here with you on the Infinity Sports Network, 855-212-4227. Tom, go ahead.
All
First, if I make a quick point about what I didn't call about the refereeing,
Yeah.
I remember there were a lot of plays in that game. One of the big plays for the Chiefs, there was a blatant hold call, and it wasn't called. So, but I don't want to get into that debate. That's just stupid. I do want to ask you this question. You talked about Sean McDermott. He can't beat Patrick Mahomes. So would you think that in addition to Sean McDermott, John Harbaugh has to go? Maybe Mike Tomlin? I mean, it seems to me that you got to be careful just getting rid of coaches. It's an old saying, before you tear the fence down, remember what you put that fence up for in the first place.
Sure.
And I think I heard you say they went how many years without getting
17.
in the playoffs?
17.
Showed up. But my question, very plain and simple, do you think that the Ravens should part ways with John Harbaugh for the same reason you're saying the Bills should part ways with Sean McDermott? Because Harbaugh can't get past them either, and he's got a great quarterback as well.
Yeah, so the two things I will say, one, it's not like I just said get rid of Sean McDermott for anybody. I'm saying get rid of Sean McDermott for Bill Belichick. That's the only move that I would make. I'll answer the second part. I'll answer the second part of your question. Let me explain the first part. To answer the Sean McDermott part, I would say get rid of him for Bill Belichick. Last year I said Vrabel, Pete Carroll, and Jim Harbaugh. Those guys, though, aren't available. In terms of John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin, I would consider it with Mike Tomlin. I'm not there yet with John Harbaugh, but Mike Tomlin and John Harbaugh have done something that Sean McDermott hasn't done. That's won a Super Bowl. Those guys have won a Super Bowl in this league. So I think there's a little bit different, and they get a longer rope than what Sean McDermott gets. But I haven't been someone that has shied away from Mike Tomlin. I said I'd give him 2 more years. And in the next 2 years, you either got to win a playoff game or you got to get a franchise quarterback. That's what I said about Mike Tomlin at the end of the season. I'll say that again. That's the edict I would give to him. In terms of John Harbaugh, it's something you got to evaluate. There's no doubt about it, right? This year, I don't think it was a coaching issue why they lost. I don't think it was a Lamar Jackson issue why they lost. I don't have too many gripes there. I have legitimate gripes yesterday with McDermott. In terms of chasing points, his defense not being able to get a stop on 3rd and 9 and at least get a Hail Mary attempt off. There's a lot to be disappointed with in that game. And also, I know he's not an offensive-minded coach, but you got to get James Cook on the field more, and you got to tell Joe Brady to get him the damn ball. So, yes, John Harbaugh, I don't think he deserves a lifetime contract in Baltimore, but I want to see a few more years out of him before I'm ready to say get rid of him. And, yes, it's different when you win a Super Bowl, and why it's different, it's not apples to apples with Harbaugh and Tomlin compared to Sean McDermott. And it's funny here. I don't know if there was a bigger fan of Sean McDermott on this planet before he got a head coaching job besides his family than me. I remember getting into debates when I lived in Philadelphia with Philadelphia media members on why Sean McDermott should have been the coach of the Eagles. Right when they hired Doug Peterson. Now, it worked for Doug Peterson, but I wanted Sean McDermott to get the job then. And Sean McDermott is a good coach. But everyone has a limit. Just like Cal, eventually Tomlin, right, who hasn't won a playoff game since 2016, and Harbaugh can have their limit. But when you win a Super Bowl with the franchise, it gives you a longer leash. And I know that those other 2 guys have been around longer than McDermott, than the guy in McDermott that, guess what, has not won a Super Bowl and keeps on losing to the same team over and over and over again. And I get it. Reed and Mahomes are coach and quarterback killers. They rob you of having dreams and winning championships. Trust me, my coach and quarterback did it for 20 years. But I look at McDermott, I won't change that opinion. For Belichick and Belichick only this offseason, I would get rid of him. If not, he'll be back as the head coach. And I fully expect him to be clear to be back as the head coach. All righty, we'll get to Commanders and Eagles later on in the extravaganza. We'll play some audio from that game, actually, when we get on back, because we had to update some of the biggest stories in the world of sports with some audio. We'll get to the news brief next. Update time first. Here's the Act Man, Rich Ackerman.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
And we start with a riddle sponsored by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. An easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com. The Cowboys and Jets, the most recent teams to hire new coaches and rolled out their new leaders today. Brian Schottenheimer met the Dallas media for the first time as the Cowboys' new head man, while the Jets introduced new GM Darren Muji and head coach Aaron Glenn. The 52-year-old returns to the franchise he was once a part of as a player and a scout, and was a part of a build as a player, as an assistant. Now will try it as a head coach.
So here's the one thing in my last 9 years I was able to do, is be able to take a team from the top and reach the pinnacle, and then also be able to sustain that. And that's what we're going to bring here to this team.
Quite a challenge in New York, which hasn't made the playoffs since 2010. Also, Pete Carroll introduced in Las Vegas today. After being fired from the Bears, Matt Eberflus is looking to take a step back and is meeting with the Cowboys about becoming their defensive coordinator, while Thomas Brown, who succeeded Eberflus as the Bears' interim coach, is joining the Patriots as their passing game coordinator. The Cavaliers look to halt their longest skid of the season. They've dropped 3 in a row and will take on the Pistons tonight. I'm Rich Ackerman.
This is the Infinity Sports Network. Follow us on X. Our handle is INF Sports Network. That's INF Sports Network on X.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. Five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Time for your daily news brief. We get you caught up on the rumors, reports, and reconnaissance from the day in sports.
Alrighty, and it's time to Ask the Pros, where you, the listener, gets to ask us a question brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Simply tweet your question at INF Sportsnet or at Zach Gelb using the hashtag Ask the Pros. Be listening later in the program. We might answer your question. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Let's go to Nick Sirianni on the Jalen Hurts critics.
It's amazing how much doubt there is sometimes. I can't quite comprehend it because, it doesn't look like people think it should look like. But the guy has been clutch. He's won a ton of football games. But you ran for this many yards. We don't care how we win.
Stu, I'm going to just ask you something in the moment. I'm not going to hold you to it. Jalen Hurts is a top what quarterback in the NFL?
I would say top 6.
Okay. First number I thought of was 7. Without sitting there and actually physically doing who are the top 7 quarterbacks, just the thought is top 7. So clearly Lamar, Mahomes, Burrow, and Allen, I would say most people would put in front of Jalen Hurts. After that, I think that 5th spot's up for debate. Now, it could be Jaden Daniels, right? I've talked about Jaden Daniels being the 5th best quarterback in football. It's 1 year. Jalen Hurts has now been to 2 Super Bowls. I can't say it's Aaron Rodgers right now. It's not Tua Tagovailoa. It's not Justin Herbert. C.J. Stroud, it's Jalen's better than him. Trevor Lawrence, Jalen's better than him. You go through this, Dak Prescott, I'd rather have Jalen and Dak Prescott. Matthew Stafford, that's a good one to debate. I'd give you Matthew Stafford if you want. Not Geno Smith, not Brock Purdy, not Kyler Murray, not Jared Goff. Not Jordan Love, not Baker Mayfield. So I think he's anywhere, right, 5 to 7. And maybe there's only 2 other names that you could consider putting in front of him, Jaden Daniels or Matthew Stafford, and I don't even know if you could put those 2 names in front of him. And also, if he wins this Super Bowl, he's got to be 5. Because if he wins this Super Bowl, he would have outplayed Mahomes in the other Super Bowl in a loss, right? He was the best player in the field in that game. And then he would be able to avenge that loss. All this guy does is win football games. But now you have to slay the final dragon. How about the Eagles, right? The last time they won a Super Bowl, they beat Brady and Belichick. Now they could potentially beat Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. Let's go to Jalen Hurts on his critics.
I don't play the game for stats. I don't play the game for numbers, any statistical approval from anyone else. And I understand that everyone has a preconceived notion on how they want it to look or how they expect it to look. And I told you guys that winning and success is defined by that particular individual, and it's all relative to the person.
I know that some people may find Jalen Hurts boring, and they may not think, right, he's the greatest quarterback in the world. But you hear a lot of people go, I don't care about the stats, and you go, yeah, right. Jalen Hurts really doesn't give a rat's ass about the stats. The only stat he cares about is the win. And do you win or do you lose the game? And that's something I could appreciate. So we played this last week. The mayor of Philadelphia, Cheryl Parker, she couldn't spell Eagles. Like E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles. I think she spelled like E-J or E-G-L-E-S, Eagles. So she attempted to redeem herself. This is courtesy of CBS 3 Philadelphia.
Guess what I learned? Let me tell you how you spell Eagles. You want me to tell you how you spell Eagles? Can I tell you Philadelphia? Yes. S-U-P-E-R-B-O-W-L. Super Bowl!
Can I get that one more time, please? Because it sounded like she needed some assistance when it came to bowl and Super Bowl.
Guess what I learned? Let me tell you how you spell Eagles. You want me to tell you how you spell Eagles? Can I tell you Philadelphia? Yes. S-U-P-E-R-B-O-W-L. Super Bowl!
You know, sometimes I confuse my Y's and my W's, so maybe there was a hesitation before you got to bowl. But when you're trying to say, I'm the one that could actually spell it, and you get a little witty with it, you can't have that hesitation. This is why if you're not a sports fan and you're a politician, don't pretend to be one. Because it comes off as so phony. Not as bad as the guy in Boston. I think he's no longer with us. Mayor Menino, I believe his name was. Who used to be like Honk and Will Spoon or whatever. Oh, jeez. So, if you're just not a sports fan and you're a politician, it's okay. Let's get to Saquon Barkley. Did he imagine making the Super Bowl when he elected to sign with the Philadelphia Eagles this offseason?
Of course, that's why I came here. That's one of the first conversations I had with Howie. That's a conversation I had with my family. And like I said last week, came to Philly to be a part of games like this. And nothing better than a game where you can advance to the Super Bowl.
I know why the Giants got rid of him. And I understand from the football sense of it. And 2 years ago, right, when they didn't get the deal done, they were never getting the deal done. But, man, that just looks horrible and more horrible by the day when you see what Saquon Barkley's now doing with the Eagles. Whether you want to justify it or not and explain it and all that stuff, it doesn't matter. It just looks bad right now. And that's going to be mentioned a ton in the Super Bowl. And the Super Bowl is actually on Saquon Barkley's birthday. So that'd be a nice little birthday present if we get a shiny Lombardi. Then it's a miserable birthday if you lose. But I try to look for the positive. I always try to be positive, especially when we're still in January of the new year. All righty, let's go to Howie Long on Fox Sports. What teams wouldn't trade for Jaden Daniels right now?
I think there are 5 teams, if people around the league are being honest, that would not trade their quarterback right now for Jaden Daniels. Buffalo, Baltimore, Cincinnati, and the Chargers. And if they win today, I think that list goes down to 4.
He didn't say the Chiefs at first, and I guess, Samson told me he added them later. The Chargers, I think that's debatable. And I like Herbert a lot. But Jaden Daniels, his first year, made a conference championship game. Justin Herbert's never won a playoff game. So I think I'd rather have Jaden Daniels than Justin Herbert right now. Let's go to Josh Allen on another loss to the Chiefs.
It's not fun. But to beat the champs, you gotta beat the champs, you gotta beat the champs, and we didn't do it tonight.
You want to talk about a dude that just sounds dejected. And he still goes home to his now fiance. Hello. So that could cheer him up a little bit. But it's all about winning the game, as you can tell. And Josh Allen, he just looked like a sad puppy dog after that game. And I felt really bad for him. Here's Dalton Kincaid on his crucial drop, which, man, Josh Allen was really Superman. I don't think we realized it in the moment how good of a throw it was considering the circumstances, because CBS didn't give us a good replay until, I don't know, about 45 minutes later. But here is Dalton Kincaid on his drop.
Josh made a hell of an attempt just to get the ball up there, and just sucks a lot not being able to bring it down.
Yeah, you got to catch that. I know it's not the easiest catch in the world, but when you get 2 hands on the football, you got to catch it. So the Cowboys did a little news dump where they just announced late, oh, yeah, we're going to hire Brian Schottenheimer. And when the Cowboys do a news dump, that's how you know that the hire is not going to be met well, because the Cowboys usually encourage the criticism, and they encourage all the conversation. Here is Michael Irvin on YouTube, the playmaker. He's not happy with this Dallas Cowboys.
You bring in someone that was already inside as the head coach. You lose things there that you can't grab back, that I'm worried about. And let me tell you about those things. First of all, we're losing ground on this NFC. And I know that the Dallas Cowboys right now, they don't have curfew. They don't have discipline. So how do you fix that? You go and be more disciplined? How do you do that when you're coming from inside?
Well, it's also, and this is what I don't think Michael gets, they didn't want to get rid of Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy left them at the altar. And he goes, you don't want to give me an accurate contract extension, what's fair for what I've done in this league? Then I'm not going to take your 1 or 2 year contract extension. And Jerry likes someone that he could control, and Brian Schottenheimer is the ultimate coach that he could control. But what's amazing to me is he could control Kellen Moore. And I don't think Kellen Moore said thanks but no thanks to the Cowboys. I don't. So why are you rushing to hire Brian Schottenheimer? You could have got Brian Schottenheimer a week from now. It's not like college. You have to go in the recruiting cycle. And you have to go in the recruiting chair. Like you could have waited another week, 2, 3 weeks to eventually make that hire of Brian Schottenheimer. No one else was hiring him to be a head coach but you guys. But you had to rush it. And I don't even like Kellen Moore as a head coach. But if you give me the options, Kellen Moore or Brian Schottenheimer, yeah, I would go Kellen Moore because I think there's a higher ceiling than Brian Schottenheimer. So that's a head scratcher. The Cowboys know it's a head scratcher because even the Cowboys said, yeah, we're not going to wait till Monday. Or we're not going to wait till Sunday to overtake the news cycle on Conference Championship Sunday or on Monday, the day afterwards. We're going to just bury this in the middle of the night, right as the weekend gets started, which is kind of crazy. Who the Cowboys are attention whores, and they run their entire organization off drama and power. Even then, they were like, yeah, we're going to try to sell this as a good thing, but we know it's not a good thing. All righty, hour number 1 in the books. It is the Zach Gelb Show on the Infinity Sports Network. Mark Schlereth going to join us coming up 25 minutes from now. You could jump on board on our phone lines, 855-212-4227, 855-212-4227. You could always give me a follow, Twitter and Instagram, at Zach Gelb. That's ZACHGELB. When we come on back, Dallas Cowboys, move over as America's team. Buffalo Bills, move over as America's team. You couldn't get the job done either. The Philadelphia Eagles. Yes, the Eagles. The E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles. I can spell it right. They're America's team. I'll tell you why next.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Infinity and beyond.
He's live. He's nationwide. This is the Zach Gelb Show.
All righty, hour number 2 of our radio program. That's right, it is the Zach Gelb Show on the Infinity Sports Network. Coming up 20 minutes from now, Mark Schlereth will join us, so we will recap Conference Championship weekend with him. I understand what I'm about to say for the next 15 minutes. Coming from me is going to sound tone deaf. Is going to sound hypocritical. And some people will probably say, Zach, now you know what it was like to be on the other side of it. So, as I've said and pointed out many times in my history on this network, for 20 years, my football team was the standard in the NFL. They are doing what the Chiefs are trying to do, right? And that's win as many Super Bowls as you can, and you have a dynasty when you have the greatest quarterback of all time and, the greatest coach of all time, right? That's what Brady and Belichick are. That's what Mahomes and Andy Reid are chasing. And the Chiefs are the standard right now, just like how the Patriots were the standard for 20 years. And people would tell me, I hate the Patriots. And I would say, I don't care. I just want to see my team win, because that's all we do is win. And I loved being the villain. I loved embracing the villain role. Oh, they cheat. Oh, they get the benefit of the refs. Oh, you can't hit Tom Brady. Oh, they do this. Oh, they do that. I don't care. But now, sitting here and looking at Kansas City and seeing Kansas City win 3 Super Bowls in the last few years, I've had enough of the Kansas City Chiefs. And I hitch my wagon to the other 31 teams in the NFL. And most of our teams, right, don't have a chance out of that 31 to actually beat Kansas City. I once rooted for a gold standard team. Now my team is lucky to even get out of the driveway without hitting the mailbox, if we're just being honest. And hopefully that will change. But there are teams out there that have had golden opportunities to beat the Chiefs when it matters the most. The San Francisco 49ers, the Philadelphia Eagles, the Cincinnati Bengals, the Buffalo Bills, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the New England Patriots, right? There's been teams out there. And Mahomes, to start his postseason career, is 17-3. Once again, 17-3. And there's only been 2 quarterbacks to ever slay him. Joe Burrow beat him in the AFC Championship game. Came up short in the Super Bowl. Tom Brady beat him in the AFC Championship game. Got the job done up against the Rams. Tom Brady in the Super Bowl up against Mahomes defeated him. But outside of that, we have a list of teams that have come close, have made you think they were going to be able to win, and they don't get the job done. You look at the Buffalo Bills. The Buffalo Bills are now 0-4 against the Kansas City Chiefs in the postseason. The first AFC Championship game, not a big deal. Not a real blemish on the resume. The 13-second game, horrible. Last year, Stephon Diggs not being able to catch the ball, horrible. Bass missing the kick. This year, with all the problems you had in the game, the spot on 4th down, the usage of James Cook, right? Whatever you want to talk about, whatever your gripe is from the game, the defense not getting off to a good start. The Bills had the ball late. And the Bills had the ball late in the game with a chance to either tie it or take the lead. They take the lead. That's their best kill shot opportunity. That's their best knockout punch opportunity. They had the moment. They had the opportunity. And Dalton Kincaid, I get it. First look, not an easy catch. CBS was about, 3 time zones behind us and trying to give us a replay. It was horrible. It was terrible. It was brutal. And also, Tony Romo, can you have an opinion? They pay you enough. Give an opinion. Now, on that 4th down call, they were like, tough decision to make here, Jim. Tough decision. And then right away he goes, actually, it's not. We're going to go for it, Jim. They're going to clearly go for it. What? Romo, it's weird. I never thought when Romo first got into the booth that he was as great as what everyone thought he was. Because as much as I love watching a game, unless the announcers are horrible, personally, I don't care who's announcing the game. I will say for the Super Bowl, it will be neat. And this is why Fox got rid of Greg Olsen from the A-Team, to have Brady calling the game while Mahomes is chasing Brady. That's the payoff for Fox. And there's a lot of good announcers there. I'm not poo-pooing, right, on the industry and play-by-play and color commentators. But Romo, everyone thought, his you-know-what didn't stink. And through the years, he's not horrible, but he's not the prophet. He's not the greatest broadcaster I've ever heard. I felt the same way with the Manning broadcast. A few years ago, everyone's slobbering over the Manning broadcast, and I go, no. I go, Aikman and Buck, I'd much rather listen to them. No offense, I think Peyton and Eli are entertaining, but hearing Peyton and Eli interview Kevin Hart for the 7,000th time. I'm there to watch the game. I'm not there for a show. I'm there to watch the game. I don't need people basically doing a show and having the game on in the background. But with all that being said, Dalton Kincaid, to get to the point, needs to catch the damn football yesterday. Not an easy catch, but when you get 2 hands on it, that's when you got to reel in if you want to be a championship team. Because championship teams, every single one of them in the history of the league, have had a play go their way that you didn't think would go their way. Or they made a stupendous catch. Or they had a fortuitous bounce with the football. Right? And the Bills were getting some fortuitous bounces yesterday, and then they also got some unfortunate officiating decisions. But with all that being said, you still had the ball late. And on 4th down, and I also love these film nerds, by the way. Oh, he should have hit Khalil Shakir. His head's not even looking that way. So how the heck is he going to see him? And the Bills are right, or the Chiefs are right in his face. And this is why I can't stand. I'm on it. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Instagram. Samter created an account for me on TikTok, which I guess is still around. But I'm never logging on to TikTok. I'm bizarre. I'm a Reels guy. I know I'm antiquated. Sorry about that. But I love people that overanalyze moments and they slow it down as if Josh Allen isn't processing things in real time. Right? Like, I slowed things down. I could show you holding in every play. I could show you a quarterback that should have made the decision the other way. It happens in a snap of a finger, folks, where you have arguably the greatest defensive coordinator or one of the greatest defensive coordinators of all time on the other sideline dialing up great play calls as well. So don't sit there and go, oh, Josh should have thrown the ball to Khalil Shakir. Hey, he had him wide open. It was easy. Oh, so easy. Still, Josh Allen, because he's a freak. Josh Allen, because he's a stud. Josh Allen, because he's got that dog in him. He gave the Bills a chance. He gave his teammate, and really what was a no play, he gave the Bills an opportunity to move the sticks. And yes, it's not your traditional catch. It's not your 5-yard route, turn around, boom, the ball's right there. You catch the ball, you hit the ground, you move the chains. I understand there was little acrobatics to that catch. But still, you get two hands on the football. You got to reel it in. But the Bills now, once again, are one of those teams that they're chasing Mahomes. They're trying to grab the cape away from Superman for one season. Sean McDermott, Josh Allen, Deion Dawkins, James Cook, Von Miller. Where the heck was he on that game the other day? They're all trying to grab the cape for one season as a team. And they've gotten close, but yet still really far away from doing the job. So I look at teams like the Bills, even the Bengals, who punched through and prevented Mahomes from winning a Super Bowl, but then didn't win a Super Bowl themselves. I look at the Baltimore Ravens, right, with Lamar Jackson, home AFC Championship game last year. Him and Monken can't get on the same page. Mahomes admits afterwards that he was basically a game manager to me. And guess what? You still couldn't beat him. So, we also then look at the NFC, the 49ers. The San Francisco 49ers, with the plethora of players and the abundance of players that they have, they had 2 10-point leads in the Super Bowl. Once again, 2 10-point leads in the Super Bowl up against Mahomes. 0-2. Couldn't get the job done. So now here we go with the Eagles. And I understand some people may not like Eagles fans. I understand, right? Cowboys fans and Giants fans and Commanders fans don't like the Eagles. I get it. But if you're not a fan of the Chiefs, how aren't you rooting for the Eagles coming up 2 weeks from now? Because if Philadelphia was Saquon Barkley, Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Lane Johnson, you go through all the names that the Eagles have, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, or I like to call him Cooper DeJean. Like, you go through all the names, Jalen Carter. Heck, put some respect on Nick Sirianni's name. Go through all the great Darius Big Play Slay, Zach Bond. Go through it. This is an all-star team for the Philadelphia Eagles. And I get it. You got to give everything you got to beat the Chiefs. Because the Chiefs' defense is better than their offense. And guess what's cooking right now? The Chiefs' offense, they cooked in that game yesterday. Xavier Worthy, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce. You go on and on and on and on and on. And sure, the Chiefs will always have the mental advantage. They always will. Because teams basically pee down their leg when they see the Kansas City Chiefs. Because of what they've built and what they've done. But if you're a fan of the other 31 teams in the league, and you're not a fan of the Kansas City Chiefs, the Eagles 2 weeks from now, and I'm not saying it needs to last for years. I'm not saying it even needs to last to the day after Super Bowl Sunday. But on Super Bowl Sunday, the Philadelphia Eagles become America's team. And the reason they become America's team is because they're really our last hope. Because I could sit here every year with the pom-poms out and go, all right, this is the year the Chiefs are vulnerable. This team's got a chance. Buffalo's got a chance. 0-4 in the postseason. Lamar Jackson's got a chance with the Ravens last year. Couldn't win an AFC Championship game at home. All right, the Bengals, Joe Burrow, they beat him in the AFC Championship game. Since then, lost them an AFC Championship game. Haven't made the playoffs the last 2 years. The San Francisco 49ers, they're an all-star team. They blew 2 10-point leads to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. If the Eagles, who had the best player on the field statistically in the last Super Bowl loss to Kansas City, if they follow it up with another L, folks, I'll put my hands up in the air and I'll tell you I got nothing else. The Eagles are now America's team 2 weeks from now on Super Bowl Sunday because they give us our last hope of seeing Mahomes, Kelsey, Reed, Taylor Swift, right, whoever, just not get another ring this year. And even if the Chiefs lose 2 weeks from now, they'll be back next year. They'll be back the year after that, the year after that, because pretty much their season starts each and every year in the AFC Championship game. They're the new Patriots. But even when the Patriots reigned supreme, you saw Ben Roethlisberger get 2. You saw Aaron Rodgers get 1. You saw Eli Manning get 2. You saw Peyton Manning get 2. You saw, right, even Joe Flacco, Elite Joe, get a ring. Nick Foles, get a ring. It's possible for other teams to win even when there's a dynastic run happening. And so far, 49ers with Jimmy G and Brock Purdy couldn't get it done. Lamar Jackson with the Ravens couldn't get it done. Joe Burrow almost got it done. Josh Allen can't get it done. And now we rest our hope with Jalen Hurts, America's quarterback, 2 Sundays from now, on America's team with the Philadelphia Eagles. And if they can't get the job done, I don't want to hear anyone predict that anyone but the Chiefs win the Super Bowl next year. You know, I should probably be foolish for eventually picking the Eagles 2 weeks from now. I probably will. I'm foolish for picking the Bills. But I don't think it's because maybe I think the Bills are actually going to win. You know, I thought they were. The Eagles I do think can win, but I can't tell you I know they're going to win. But it's because I'm a football fan that's now getting a taste of my own medicine from what my team did for 20 years. And I want to see the Chiefs go down. I do. I want to see the Eagles win the Super Bowl. Because if they can't get the job done, it's the last straw of hope. Right? It's the last straw that would just break the camel's back. How can we give any of these other fan bases hope that they're going to get the job done and actually tangibly make them believe that they're going to get the job done? If we're sitting here and the Chiefs three-peat when we've all said the Chiefs have been vulnerable, when the Chiefs offense hasn't been the most well-oiled machine in the last 2 years, and they keep on winning and winning and winning and winning. America, it's time to get behind the Eagles. It's time to back the Birds. That's what they need to do. And I can't believe I'm saying it, but Philadelphia 2 Sundays from now, in the Super Bowl, in New Orleans, they are America's team because they need to give the rest of us some hope. And if we can't get that hope, I don't think we'll ever be able to get that hope again. It will be some dark times. Stink! Mark Schleierth will join us next. It is the Zach Gelb Show right here on the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
You're listening to the Zach Gelb Show.
All righty, the Chiefs beat the Bills. They're off to the Super Bowl. The Eagles with Saquon Barkley slammed the Commanders. We're getting a rematch of the Super Bowl 2 years ago. We'll see if the Eagles can get the job done this time up against the Chiefs. So the Chiefs are looking to become the first team in the Super Bowl era to go back to back to back and three-peat. Now joining us, he does a great job, NFL on Fox, Breakfast Ball on FS1. It's a three-time Super Bowl champion, Mark Schlereth. Mark, appreciate the time as always. How you been?
I've been good, man. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
So let me start you off at the AFC Championship game first. There's many different ways that we could go. What was your biggest takeaway in Chiefs-Bills Part 4, where once again Kansas City gets the job done?
Well, I mean, ultimately for me, it's in critical moments, whether it's coaching staff decisions, game planning decisions, execution by players. The Chiefs are just a better football team. There is nobody in critical moments that execute better than the Kansas City Chiefs. And like I said, from a coaching staff standpoint, all the way down to every player on that roster, they play with disciplined style. They make sure that they, keep all their things, their ducks in a row, so to speak. And they just go out there and they make the plays that have to be made. And you look at the end of that game, like I said from day one, as long as the Bills have an opportunity at the end of this game to possess the ball and get a victory, man, I'm great, regardless of the officiating, regardless of what I think. And listen, the officiating didn't change the fact that the Bills had the ball with 2:33 left in the fourth quarter with an opportunity to tie with a field goal or win this game with a touchdown and leave no time on the clock, and they couldn't get either of those things done. And then defensively, they had an opportunity to stop the Kansas City Chiefs, got them on a 3rd and 9 with over a minute left to play, I believe, and they couldn't get the stop. The completion to P. Ryan that went for 17 yards on a 3rd down and 9, and ultimately the Chiefs made the plays that had to be made, and the Buffalo Bills flat out couldn't.
Yeah, I agree with you. You got to make that stop. I think it's something that's not getting talked about enough because almost everyone thought the game was just over when Kincaid couldn't reel in that catch on 4th down, but there was still time left. The other thing that confuses me here is James Cook, I thought, was the Bills' best player, period, in the game yesterday, and that's also incorporating Josh Allen. I know Sean McDermott is a defensive-minded head coach, but how does he not tell his coaching staff to get the ball more to James Cook or at least have him on the field? That was weird to me with how he was playing.
Yeah, he had him on the field, but not on the first down. The first down carry, the one carry. Now they had put a drive together that I think was 11 carries that scored a touchdown, and put the Bills up in the third quarter there, or put them within a field goal, whatever it was. I can't remember the exact score, but the bottom line is when they had the ball last and they had an opportunity to win that game with a score or at least tie it up with a field goal, the first carry didn't go to James Cook. Went to a backup running back in Ty Johnson, and he got -1, and then you're behind the chains. Now, Josh Allen scrambled, but the next couple of series or the next couple of plays, James Cook was in the backfield, but he never touched the ball. And so you got away from running the football. You started throwing the football, and then the mistakes that were made. First and foremost, like there was a 2nd down play to Shakir that I think it was maybe it was a 1st down play where they're running a bubble screen and go, and they get the perfect defense for it. They get a split high safety with the Shakir on the middle linebacker, and he stops the route, and it's a touchdown. Or it's a big play over the top because you're matched up. Now, they were in dime, so the middle linebacker was a DB, but you're matched up with a little middle linebacker with a split safety look. So you're basically one-on-one with that guy, and Josh Allen throws it deep, and you could see him just going, what are you doing? Like, why would you stop that route? And so there's that mistake. And then there's the 4th down and 5. You mentioned the drop by the tight end, but ultimately there's sliding protection to the left. So that's where you're protected. They bring the corner blitz off the right-hand side. It's a zone blitz. The 3rd down was an all-out zero blitz. It was full-out, 7-man pressure. But that was a zone blitz. So you're bringing 5. You're playing zone behind it. And Shakir comes in motion, a little fake orbit back out on a swing pass. And if you just slide away from the blitz, like that's the guy you're going to see. And they don't have it covered. Like it's wide open. And the rest is history. You don't make the plays you need to make in those clutch, critical situations, and Kansas City does, and that's the difference in the game.
I get it, Mark Schlereth, right? It's Spagnuolo, Reed, Mahomes, Kelsey. We can go on and on and on. And, hey, it's what the Patriots did for years, but there were even years where the Patriots didn't win it all. At this rate with the Bills, now losing 4 times in the postseason, do you think I think Sean McDermott's a good coach. He's done a really good job in Buffalo. Do you think it's just time to move on and get a new voice in there?
No, I don't. I don't necessarily think that, but ultimately, ultimately, you're talking about, ownership in Kansas City. You're talking about Andy Reid and Spagnuolo, 2 of the best coaches in football. And you're talking about Patrick Mahomes, and so, you look at the numbers, and Josh Allen in the playoffs and Patrick Mahomes are 1 and 2 in just about every discernible category. The bottom line is, in critical moments, Patrick Mahomes makes the plays, and Josh Allen hasn't, and so. There were a lot of things that mistake-wise in that particular contest. Like we talked about, James Cook doesn't get the ball. I thought chasing points early was a bad mistake and ultimately cost him. And, it's easy to sit there and say that, but, it's the tush push, and you don't have big guys pushing on Josh Allen. And so there's a couple of tush pushes that you don't get. Like at some point, you got to get away from it if you're not executing it. If they're out executing you on the defensive side of the ball, and yet you just keep going back to it. I know it was successful, but the 1 4th down conversion they did was at a shotgun where Josh Allen took off and scrambled, had his back to it, and kind of rolled over the 1st down yardage marker. So there's just a series of decisions made from a coaching staff standpoint that ultimately fall on Sean McDermott, but they're on the offensive coordinator, they're on the execution of the offense, they're on everybody. So I just think it's oversimplification to say, hey, let's fire Sean McDermott because his voice doesn't resonate. He got to an AFC Championship. They're in the playoffs every year. They were an outstanding football team all season long. So in those critical moments against the Chiefs, they just haven't found a way to get over the top.
Yeah, and to be clear, I don't think they're moving on from Sean McDermott, but I was sitting on my couch yesterday, and I was saying, man, you got Bill Belichick at UNC. I was saying the Bills should have hired him last year. If you're trying to go slay this dragon, I kind of wish that Bill was coaching the Buffalo Bills next season, Mark.
Yeah, well, I can understand it. I mean, I understand it. But ultimately, like I said, there's something about the Chiefs, the way they play, their ability to execute in those critical moments. And they're just the best in the National Football League when it comes to that. And obviously, we've got Super Bowl 59 in this matchup, a rematch of Super Bowl 57. But you look at it and, I can make a compelling argument that in every position other than quarterback, the Philadelphia Eagles are better. Like they've got a deeper, better roster than the Kansas City Chiefs. But again, come critical times, like who do I trust? I trust Patrick Mahomes. I trust Andy Reid. I trust Spagnuolo more than I trust the Philadelphia Eagles.
So do you think that means, I know it's early, still got 2 weeks to talk about this. Are you saying then that you think the Chiefs are going to get this done in three-peat?
I hope not. Listen, man. I mean, I'm one of the guys. I'm one of the 7 teams that had back-to-back championships, and so ultimately, selfishly, I don't want to see them three-peat. I don't want to see them be the only team that was able to come up with a three-peat. But with that said, it's absolutely remarkable. You think about this. Since 2018, they've played 20 playoff games. So since 2018, they've got over a full season of playoff games under their belt. So just the battle of attrition that is the National Football League and losing players. Hey, Tyreek Hill goes off to Miami. Oh, how are they going to ever replace that? Oh, they find a way to get it done. They change their offense. They go from a 3-wide set to more of a 2 tight end base formation set. Last year, Pacheco was big. Rashee Rice was their number 1 receiver. He gets hurt. They move on from Rashee and they find a different way to get it done. Yesterday, Pacheco had like 6 carries. He was a star in the playoffs last year. So they just find a way to get it done, regardless of what they have. They find a way to put their players in the best possible position to have success, and those guys thrive in it.
And what's amazing, right? And I know it's a longer sample size with Brady and Belichick, but there were years, right, where Rodgers broke through, Peyton Manning broke through, Drew Brees, right? You could go on and on and on with some of the great quarterbacks. In this stretch, even when Burrow breaks through, he can't win the big game. How you have Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, still with 0 Super Bowl titles. The Niners with 2 10-point leads, you can't get the job done. And now the Eagles, they have their chance their second time around. It's amazing how outside of Brady, right, and Burrow that 1 year, no one's really been able to put the nail in this Chiefs coffin.
Yeah, they've been amazing. In the last 7 years, they've had the best stretch in National Football League history as far as wins and playoff wins and Super Bowls and all those things. So, yeah, it's remarkable what they've been able to do. And obviously, it's having Patrick Mahomes. And then you look at the AFC right now. You mentioned it with Joe Burrow and, Justin Herbert and Josh Allen and Tua Tagovailoa and all the great quarterbacks that are out there, Lamar Jackson, all the great. Like none of them, like there is, if you're putting tiers together, there's Patrick Mahomes, and then there's the rest of the elite quarterbacks. And it just, until somebody can break through and somebody can unseat Patrick Mahomes, like, what are you going to do? Like, it's the Chiefs are just that good.
Yeah, and obviously Mahomes is one, and then you can rank 2, 3, 4, however you want, but it has to be in whatever order: Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, and Lamar Jackson. Then you get to the 5th spot. Like, is Jalen Hurts, in your opinion, the best quarterback in the NFC? Is he the 5th best quarterback in football, in your opinion?
No, probably not. But, what they ask him to do, he's exceptional at. And I think yesterday was a big eye-opening experience, having the knee injury and doing all the things that kind of went wrong toward the end of the season with the concussion issue in week 16, and then really not playing great football throughout the entirety of the 2 playoff games. They had the Green Bay game and then last week. And yet, in the NFC Championship game, they ask him to execute 4th down and 5, throws a dime piece down the sideline to A.J. Brown, 3rd down and 6 with a shallow cross, throws it to Devontae Smith, runs for a touchdown. I mean, I thought he was top notch. He was incredible. And, I'd make the same argument last week is that the Eagles were better in every position other than the quarterback because Jaden Daniels had been playing the best quarterback like of anybody in the NFC. That's why they got there. And yet Hurts outplayed him. There's no question. So just an amazing, amazing performance by him. Amazing performance in the running game, amazing performance using multiple centers during the course of that game because of injury to the starting center, Cam Jurgens. Landon Dickerson slides over, backup left guard comes in. I mean, to be able to do that and execute and continue to do what they did in the running game and continue to protect Jalen Hurts, it's pretty amazing, all things considered.
And you also factor in, right, when you talk about Kansas City, right, they lost Tyreek Hill, and they've still won back-to-back Super Bowls since then. You look at the Eagles from an offensive line perspective, they're amazing across the board, but they're back in the Super Bowl after losing Jason Kelce to retirement.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah, it really is. And Jurgens has done a great job. And you just hope that everybody's healthy, with this extra week to prepare for this game. But it's a remarkable matchup. There's no question. And like I said, I think roster construction wise, I think Philadelphia Eagles are the best roster in football, and I think they're better than Kansas City. And I think they've got a better offensive line. I think they've got a better, wide receiver, tight end combination, the threesome of AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert over that of Kansas City. So I think that would give the lean, obviously, to the Philadelphia Eagles. The running back, there's no question, and Saquon Barkley, he gets the lean. Defensive line, I'd give it to Philly. Even linebacking core, I would give it to Philly the way Zach Vaughn has played this year. And secondary, with the 3 corners they have, nobody's been better than Mitchell all season long, the rookie. And then you still have, Darius Slay, big play Slay is a great player. There's no question. He's still good. And Cooper DeJean, that guy's been amazing. And so, I would probably give the lean, although that's close to, Kansas City secondary, but I'd probably give the lean there too. But with that said, the great equalizer is Andy Reid from a coaching standpoint, Steve Spagnuolo from a coaching standpoint, and obviously Patrick Mahomes.
If Mahomes wins this one and they three-peat, right now I think he's the 3rd greatest quarterback of all time. Montana and Brady are in front of him. I think the next Super Bowl, I know it's 4-4, but I would put him past Montana. Would you put him past Brady with this one, or is it still Brady 1 and then Mahomes 2 if you agree with that?
Well, I still think you have to go Brady with 7 rings total, right?
And beating him twice in the playoffs.
Right, and doing it, in 2 different franchises. But man, this is the greatest run, probably the greatest 3-year run we've ever had, and it's the greatest 7-year run in the history of the National Football League, which is flat out incredible as far as I'm concerned. So, nothing but admiration. Do I like the Chiefs? No, I can't stand them. But do I respect the hell out of them? Yeah, you're damn right I do.
When we get to the hiring cycle, Mark Schler, 6 hires have been made. You still got the Saints job out there. What do you think is the best hire so far out of the 6?
I think Ben Johnson in Chicago, I think it was the best job available. I think they've got the most talent, the most talent roster. They've got a young, talented quarterback that just needs to be groomed, needs to be coached. Ben Johnson's a hell of a football coach. And, I think what he's done in Detroit speaks for itself. He's a smart dude, having talked to him several times. I think he's top notch, and I think he'll take a lot from Dan Campbell. He'll be his own man, but a lot from Dan Campbell on how to put a team together and how to coach a team. So I think that's the best hire of all the hires right now. I will tell you, I like Liam Cohen in Jacksonville because I think Jacksonville's got a quarterback that has shown at times he can play really exceptional football. Has lost his way a little bit occasionally. But remember, just 2 years ago in the 2023 season, the Jacksonville Jaguars started out at 8-3, and then they collapsed and fell apart. So if you can get that kind of steady play from him defensively, I think they've drafted well. I think they've got a pretty outstanding defense. So I think they've got a chance to be good, and that division is not very good. So I think Liam Cohen goes into a good situation, and I think he's a heck of a football coach. So it'll be interesting to watch exactly how that plays out. But if you press me, I'd have to say Ben Johnson.
All right, last thing I'll ask you, I just want to get your media take on this because you're so diverse, right? Doing breakfast ball on TV on FS1, doing the NFL games on Fox. You still do radio, obviously, in Denver. You know, when Brady replaced Greg Olsen for that one spot, there was a lot of criticism of it. And I said, hey, to get Brady in a big game, no offense to Greg Olsen, I think he's really good. You know, Brady calling a Mahomes Super Bowl would be unbelievable, especially what Mahomes is chasing. It's Brady. Just how about that in 2 weeks with the Super Bowl being on Fox to get Brady calling Mahomes' game when Mahomes is trying to continue to build that legacy to surpass Brady?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's pretty cool. I mean, I enjoyed the broadcast last week. So, yeah, it's big time. I mean, Tom Brady is the best that's ever played the game, and so I understand the insight there. I understand how difficult the job is. Right? I mean, I get it. It's not an easy job to do, but I think he's done a good job.
He's Mark Schlereth. Make sure you check him out in the mornings with Breakfast Ball with Danny Parkins and Craig Carden. You can catch him also all throughout the NFL season and also his local radio show on 104.3 The Fan in Denver. Mark, appreciate it. Thank you.
My pleasure. Take care.
You got it. There's Mark Schlereth. Zach Gelb here with you on the Infinity Sports Network. We'll take a break. We'll come on back. We got a few questions, a few answers, do a little onside, offside next. Update time first. Here's the Act Man, Rich Ackerman.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
Well, today was a big day for press conferences for new coaches. There were 4 of them. The Cowboys, Jets, Jaguars, and Raiders all introduced their big splashes. Former Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn gets his first chance as a head coach, returning home to the Jets, who drafted him in the first round back in 1994.
Because this is my start for a number of situations. Again, as a player, as a scout, and now as a head coach. And you can't write that story no better than that. So hopefully this will be my last stop. That's the way I'm looking at it.
Glenn and new GM Darren Muji said they have spoken with Aaron Rodgers but are non-committal about the future. Former Bears head coach Matt Eberflus meeting with the Cowboys today about becoming their defensive coordinator, and former Bears interim coach Thomas Brown has joined the Patriots as their passing game coordinator. Another suspension for Jimmy Butler. The Heat have reportedly tacked on 5 more games after he left the team because he was told he is not starting tonight. One of the more intriguing matchups on the NBA schedule tonight is the improving Pistons meeting the Cavaliers in Cleveland, which has lost 3 in a row. The Grizzlies, the hottest team in the league with 6 consecutive wins, meet the Knicks, who have won 3 in a row. I'm Rich Ackerman.
Hey, like us on Facebook. Our handle is INF Sportsnet. That's INF Sportsnet for our Facebook page. This is the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Zach's taking on the most polarizing issues in sports. Which side of the line of scrimmage will he end up on?
Offside. Defense number 69.
It's Onsides, Offsides with Zach Gelb.
All righty, let's get it cooking, Stu. What do we got today?
All right, so the NFL conspiracy nuts were on full alert after Josh Allen's fourth quarter sneak that was called short of a first down. Either way, it was, of course, pretty impossible to see where the ball was on the play, leading some to call for putting a chip in the ball. While according to Mike Florio, the league has been researching a chip for a while, but still have no clear solutions. Onsides, offsides, you're okay with no chip in the football?
I'm okay with no chip in the football, so I would be against this, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not okay with that. I'll go offside. Put a chip in a football. There was a guy years ago. His name was Alan Amron. I go back to last time the Super Bowl was in New Orleans, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think it was when the lights went out in that halftime show with Beyonce where it was Ravens and 49ers, the Harbaugh Bowl.
Harbaugh, yeah.
He was saying how they could shoot the laser across the field, and it was, you had the chains, but you could have it show on the field so you could get the yellow line out there. There's got to be something more obvious. I thought he got it last night. At first, I thought it was close. When you saw the overhead view of it, I thought he clearly got it. But why wouldn't we do this? We're in a technology era right now. Everything gives us an advantage with technology. So why wouldn't we put a chip in the ball, or at least have the yellow line reflected on the field? So you're okay with no chip in the ball. I'm going offside.
Offside.
All right, the Eagles defense swarmed Jaden Daniels all day yesterday, sacking the rookie 3 times and holding Washington's running backs to a paltry 2.6 yards per carry.
Good word, paltry.
Paltry, yeah. Now the defense could be getting even better, as star and friend of the show Brandon Graham told reporters, quote, "We gonna see," end quote, when he was asked if he will play in the Super Bowl. So onside, offsides, Graham would be a huge boost for the Eagles defense.
I think it's an emotional boost. In terms of impact in the game, I'm not going to say it's a huge boost, and I love BG, but the reason why I wouldn't say it's a huge boost is I don't know how effective, he's going to be, and also, and I don't mean this in any of a negative way, the Eagles have done more than survive just okay without Brandon Graham. So I think it could help. I don't think it's a bad thing, but a huge boost? No, I'm not going that far, so I'll go offside.
Offside.
Now, the Eagles, they have mastered the tush-push or brotherly shove, if
I go
you prefer.
tush-push.
Yeah, I agree with that. They ran a play multiple times yesterday, scoring 2 touchdowns with it, and it got so out of hand that Washington kept committing offsides penalties when they were
part of the game.
bent down by the goal line, leading the refs to warning the Commanders that they could award Philly a touchdown if the penalties continued. Onside, offsides, the NFL should outlaw the tush-push.
Oh, offside. You can't tell me that everyone just runs the tush-push well. The Buffalo Bills couldn't do it yesterday. So the Eagles have run that to perfection. So the NFL should outlaw the tush-push? No, I would be against that. I'm going offside.
Offside.
All right, Ben Johnson's staff in Chicago is taking shape as he has hired Antoine Randall as assistant head coach.
I like Antoine Randall.
JT Barrett as quarterback coach.
Oh, really?
And former Raiders and Saints head coach, my friend Dennis Allen, as the defensive coordinator. Now, Johnson announced that he'll be calling plays on the offensive side of the ball and hired 28-year-old Broncos tight end coach Declan Doyle as his OC within
Doyle rules.
A very interesting job description that he gave him.
It's going to be critical for me to find somebody that can organize and structure and set the table, particularly early in the week. I've been around a number of guys that have called plays in the past, and I've seen the potential pitfalls that could arise as you're coaching the entire football team and you can't get to watching as much tape early in the week. So the offensive coordinator position is going to have to be somebody that not only I trust, but will be extremely detail-oriented, organized, and structured to set the table, and also willing to work late nights.
So onsides, offsides, it's a mistake for a rookie head coach to call the plays.
I'm going offside. I don't have a problem with Ben Johnson calling the plays. I just think that you eventually have to be okay for the criticism and be good with giving them up if it's not in the best interest of the team. But it's a mistake for a rookie head coach to call the plays right from the jump? No. I don't agree with that offside.
Offside.
I think I'm offside on everything so far.
I think so. 4 for 4. Number 5, the Saints are the only team
I'm
left.
like the Chiefs up against the Bills.
The Saints are the only team still looking for a head coach with Mike McCarthy as the biggest name remaining. Bills OC
Is that a fat joke?
I guess it could be as well. Bills OC Joe Brady, he removed his name from consideration over the weekend, but Commanders OC Cliff Kingsbury's name has resurfaced now that Washington is out of the playoffs. Onsides, offsides, Kingsbury would be a better fit for the Saints than Mike McCarthy.
I'm going to go offside there, and the reason why is you have Cliff Kingsbury, but you don't really have a quarterback. And I know you have Derek Carr, but is he even going to be on the team? There's not a lot there. So at least bring in McCarthy where I know I'm going to get professionalism. I'm not saying Cliff Kingsbury's unprofessional. And we've seen McCarthy go multiple spots and have somewhat success. Like Cliff Kingsbury as a head coach anywhere, he starts off really strong and he's terrible down the stretch. So can he even start off really strong with the lack of talent there with the Saints? I would rather just bring in McCarthy, and at least it would be more respect around him than I think Cliff Kingsbury. So that's why I'm going offside.
Offside.
All right, the Cowboys hired Brian Schottenheimer as their next head coach after Mike Zimmer announced that he would not be joining Shoddy's staff. The team hired former Bears head coach Matt Eberflus as their next defensive coordinator. Now, Eberflus did have success as the Colts DC, but of course was a failure with the Bears as their head coach.
A colossal failure.
Yeah. Onsides, offsides, you're surprised that Eberflus got a defensive coordinator job this quickly?
No, he should have never got a head coaching job. He was an okay defensive coordinator. but he should have never got a head coaching job. Like, I knew who he was when he got hired, but I think most people were like, how the heck did this guy get a head coaching job? So I'm fine with him getting a DC job, but he should never be a head coach again in the NFL. So you're surprised Eberflus got a DC job this quickly. I would go offsides.
Offsides.
We're going for a sweep here?
Yeah, let's go for it here.
Okay,
the Jets decided on their new GM hiring Broncos assistant GM Darren Muge to pair with new head coach Aaron Glenn. Now today, Glenn met with the media and discussed the timeline for making a decision on Aaron Rodgers' future.
Aaron Rodgers will be talked about. It will be talked about. We've already texted that communication with Aaron Rodgers. But the thing is, we're going to make sure we get the right answer. And we're not going to rush to this answer, because we're going to get the right answer.
So on sides, all sides, Rodgers will be the Jets starting quarterback in 2025.
I love that answer from him. He was in command of that room. And I don't think he's going to let Aaron Rodgers bully him. I got very get-in-the-line type of coach right there from Aaron Glenn. And if you played football in high school and never someone said, get in the line, you have to get on the end zone line, the goal line, and then you have to go run like a 110-yard sprint, and you always feared the coach that said that. Rodgers will be the Jets starting quarterback in 2025. I think that Woody Johnson said that's an Aaron Glenn and the new GM decision, right? They're going to let him make that decision. I still think this is more so, does Aaron want to come back and does Aaron want to play for the Jets? And I ultimately think that Aaron will want to come back to the NFL next year, and I think he'll be okay with playing for the Jets. And I think that you'll have one more year of Aaron Rodgers in the NFL, and he'll be starting for the Jets in 2025. So I will go on sides for that one. 6 for 7. All righty, we'll take a break. When we're coming on back, what Mahomes is doing is just flat out ridiculous. Who else could we compare him to? We'll discuss next.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
To infinity and beyond.
He's live. He's nationwide. This is the Zach Gelb Show. Here's your host, Zach Gelb.
All righty, hour number 3 of our radio program. It is the Zach Gelb Show on the Infinity Sports Network. We'll get back to Conference Championship weekend in just a bit. But, Stu, I had a realization yesterday. And it's something that, right, it shouldn't have taken me that long to realize. But the NFL season is almost coming to an end. And it's so disappointing because I'm reading some of the NBA news today. At least you get a little drama with Jimmy Butler. Walked out of Heat shoot-around this morning, according to Shams Charania, after being informed the team is planning not to start him, with Haywood and Highsmith starting moving forward, sources tell ESPN. And now they are, suspending Jimmy Butler indefinitely? So it's like you'll look at this. It's like, all right, that's how we're going to start the NBA coverage really this year on the show. Because outside of Victor Wembanyama, we really haven't talked much NBA this year, because the players really don't give a rat's ass about the regular season product. But when the football season ends, right, you do a week all football post-Super Bowl, then basketball picks up. And really football, since it's now become a 365-day-out-of-the-year sport, you're not that far away from the combine. You're not that far away from the NFL draft, free agency too. College football is always in the mix now as well, with the second transfer portal window opening on up. So there's always things to talk about when it comes to the NFL. But you always know that there's those summer months, which I take a lot of vacation in the summer. I don't like to take off during the football season. I save most of my vacation for the summer, where I try to take off every Friday in the summer. You know, I learned that trick from our old pal, Damon Amendolara, because I just don't like missing shows in football season, because on a national network, our bread and butter is NFL and college football. So in the summer, though, I always think if you're a good talk show host, you should be able to entertain in the summer, right? And I have no problem being able to entertain in the summer. I sometimes think when you really have no sports to talk about, that's sometimes what makes for the most fun and memorable shows. And you could do a lot of bits and fun stuff in the summer. We always make that joke, Mount Rushmore sports talk radio segments, or what movie are you going to talk about? Things like that. But, with how many ways you could consume us and other of our great shows on the network, whether it's one of your local Infinity affiliates, Sirius XM now on channel 375, the free Odyssey app, and also streaming on YouTube, I think the unique part about YouTube is, yes, you could listen to this show and you could call the show at 855-212-4227 and get on the air. You could tweet me or message me on Instagram like many people do, or Facebook at Zach Gelb, ZACHGELB, and we can read those messages or interact on the air. But our YouTube chat has a live feed, and you have people that are there and they're constantly chatting. And I think that's like a unique way to interact with people, and it's a fun, unique community, even though it's not our entire listening audience. But it's nice to talk to people on a daily basis that consume our show on a daily basis. So, shows that stream on YouTube on our network, Maggie and Perloff do. I know Hickey does. Obviously, we do. And Shep does now on the weekends as well. So, JR also as well, just since the start of the new year. And I don't think I forgot anybody else. And if I did, it's not doing so intentionally. But I'll tell you, I like to chime in from time to time, right? Because I could stir the pot a little bit. And I think it's always healthy for a network when you have shows talking about other shows, or something funny happens on another show, or something that you found a little weird or bizarre happened on another show. I always thought it's fair game in radio to play that and react to it, right? Even though our audience is different, a lot of same people listen to our show as Maggie and Perloff's show. There's a lot of different people because we're on two different times of the day. It's whatever convenient for you to consume us. So, anytime I'm in a YouTube chat, I'm impressed with one person. And I know there's a lot of people there that are constantly there, like Two-Tone Tony, Drunkle Sam. But Daly, I think, could be the most loyal Infinity Sports Network listener that we have. Because in every chat, he's there. So I'm proposing this idea, and we'll see if I remember it, and we'll see if we end up paying off on this idea. I wonder if, we do a trophy, or we make some sort of award, and we'll figure out how to do it. Whether, you call the show, there could be different metrics, on YouTube chat. You got to give us some on-air content as well. Because ultimately we have to connect to more than just the YouTube chat. But I think we should do, Fan of the Year. Right? We always do, these award shows, and we always talk about, who's the best MVP of the, who's the MVP of the NFL? Or, you could do, or, we get recognized, or other shows get recognized. I think it's time to reward the listening audience. And I think Fan of the Year for our show would be fascinating. Jake Dyer has done a good job. He sent me a nice Ash and Genty sweatshirt. I'm not saying you need to send me gifts, to be clear. Daly's on every YouTube chat, and I admire how much he loves the network. So I think there could be something there. We may need to gather our brains together. Samter, Stu, and yours truly, and probably need more brains out of there, just to be honest, because I don't think those are three powerful brains. And come up with some award for the summer for the listener. Maybe we could do that annually to give some thanks and show some appreciation to the people that listen to us and really the P1 listeners of this radio program. Anyway, and if, by the way, you make fun of Samter in the YouTube chat, I don't think that hurts your case, by the way, if you're trying to suck up and win some points. So right now, I have a question in front of me. Is Mahomes doing to the NFL what Michael Jordan did to the NBA, what Tiger Woods did to golf, and also what Tom Brady did to the NFL as well? Honestly, yeah. He's a standard. And you could talk about how many championships, major championships Tiger has won, how many NBA championships Michael Jordan has won, and how many championships Tom Brady has won. But also, I look at it as how many other all-time greats have he prevented? If you think about it that way too. And how you change the legacies of others. And what Mahomes does, what Tom Brady did, what Michael Jordan did, and also what Tiger Woods did, is it doesn't matter. And right, Brady, MJ, team sport, Tiger, individual sport. But what stood out to me the most about Tiger Woods is when he showed up on a major championship Sunday, right, in red, and he was either in the lead or a few strokes behind the lead, you knew somebody else was going to crumble. And he was going to find a way to advance. Even in that run after the scandal, where I never thought he was going to win a major championship again, look how many guys crumbled when he won his last major championship. And that still resonated all those years later, even when Tiger was fractured, even when Tiger was damaged, even when he looked as vulnerable as ever, and people thought he was never going to win again. You still had people, even with the whole change of time, right, because of the weather. And I slept on the couch here. I was doing the weekend overnights then. I slept on the couch. I forget who I was pre-taping with, right? Not to pat myself on the back for the tremendous work ethic that I had. But I slept on the couch. I got up that morning, and I would not leave until that major at Augusta, the Masters, was done with. Right? I'm a huge Tiger fan. But even then, after all those years, after his major fall from grace, maybe the biggest fall from grace we've ever seen from an athlete, to still have the fear and people fear you, that's what the all-time greats do. And you could look at other guys, right, when it's as long as Tiger and it's as long as Tom Brady, right? And Michael, we know, went to baseball, then came back, and other guys had their moments. But you look at Tiger and you look at Brady, sure, eventually other guys got theirs. Like eventually Phil got his, right? And Rory got his. And you go on and on and on with the others. For football, eventually Peyton Manning got his. Drew Brees got his. Aaron Rodgers got his. But you look at both. You look at, like, if you want to go through all those four guys and really do three, because you have to isolate Mahomes because we're still talking about the story now. Right? Brady's career is over. Tiger, he'll still play here and there, but his career is practically over. MJ, we know his career is over. When I think of Michael Jordan, I just think of a killer on a basketball court. Right? No one could beat him. Once he got one, you could not beat him. And even if you thought you had him on the ropes, that's right where he wanted you. And he did such a great job at mentally just frying everybody else and taking the little things that no one else would think are slights and using them as motivation and believing them to be true even when they weren't true. You look at Tiger, it's that ability in an individual sport for one person. Didn't matter if he was playing on one leg, doesn't matter if he's playing in a bad back, doesn't matter if he was 3 strokes off the lead on a major championship Sunday or 3 strokes in the league. You always knew he was winning. You look at Tom Brady, right? Didn't always have the best teams. Didn't always have the greatest wide receivers. His team didn't always spend the most in free agency. It didn't matter if you're down 10 to the LOB. It didn't matter if you were down 28-3 to the Falcons in the Super Bowl. It didn't matter if you're going up against the greatest show on turf. None of that stuff mattered. Because that dude just has one of the greatest winning abilities I've ever seen out of an individual. And he found a way to galvanize a team and get the most out of that team. I thought still Brady to this day, this is an unpopular opinion. People will say, oh, what's the most impressive Brady season ever? And obviously you could pick from any of the 7 Super Bowls. You could pick even the 16-0 season, 18-1 season. Right? You want to talk about a 505-yard performance in the Super Bowl up against the Eagles where he lost? Like, there's so many. But I'll say, even though he didn't win a championship that year, one of the most impressive Brady seasons ever was 2006 when he had Riche Caldwell and Doug Gabriel as his wide receivers. And right, Rob Gronkowski wasn't even a thought of making the NFL yet. It was 2006. Randy Moss wasn't on that team yet. And Tom Brady almost took that Patriot team to a Super Bowl. They blew the game. They were up 18 at halftime. So, like, you look at the all-time great athletes, and you look at a guy like Tiger, and you also look at Michael Jordan, and you look at Tom Brady. It's not only how many they get, and you see it with Mahomes right now. He's already got 3. He could get 4 in 2 weeks. Think about that start of just a ridiculous NFL career. Think about this. Me as a Patriot fan, I never thought we'd see another Tom Brady again. Never thought it. When he got 7, I'm like, all right, at 4, I thought, all right, he's got to get another one. No one can win 5. And then, oh, yeah, really, now no one can win 6. Oh, yeah, no one can win 7. And this dude, Mahomes, already got 3. And, like, at least Montana had a long run, multiple decades where everyone considered him the GOAT. And now you have Mahomes, still got a long ways to go. Brady still beat him twice. AFC Championship game and a Super Bowl. But Mahomes could have one trump card over Brady. And that's winning back-to-back-to-back championships. As great as Tom Brady was, he never three-peated. And that's not a knock or slight on Brady, but it just enhances Mahomes. But you look at as I've been saying, all the greats, the Hall of Fame players, and I know we don't really look at it that way in golf, but you get the point. With Tiger, with Michael and Brady that they prevented, and now you see what Mahomes is doing. And hey, if Mahomes plays another 10 years, here's a hot take. And I hope this is true. There will be other quarterbacks to win championships, right? There will be. Right? Brady stopped Mahomes twice. Matthew Stafford got a championship the year where Joe Burrow beat Patrick Mahomes in the AFC Championship game. But you look at the trio of quarterbacks right now. Like Lamar Jackson's going to the Hall of Fame. Joe Burrow, as long as he stays healthy, which has been a big if, he'll be a Hall of Fame player. Josh Allen is a Hall of Fame player. Those guys are Hall of Famers, and not like, they may be Hall of Famers. No. They will be Hall of Famers. Like, I think Phillip Rivers is a heck of a quarterback. I think Phillip Rivers is a Hall of Famer. Phillip Rivers is going to have to wait some time. And that's a guy, right, whenever his team would run into the Patriots, they'd lose. And they were the more talented team twice. You go back to 06, that was such a talented team. They were home. You go back to Brady's last Super Bowl in New England, that was arguably a better, well-rounded team, and they lost in Foxborough. They got blown out. But that's what the all-time greats do. They prevent others from winning. But it's crazy. And I know it's only like a 7-8 year run, how we're sitting here right now, and not one time Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, one of those three, not all three, one of those three, none of them have a Lombardi trophy? Like, think about where we are right now. Think about it. You're in a spot right now where it's not even up for debate who the four best quarterbacks are in the NFL. Maybe the order. But no one can make the case that Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, and Patrick Mahomes aren't top four quarterbacks in this league. They're the four best quarterbacks in the league. You can rank them however you want. Mahomes has to be one. 2, 3, 4, you can rank them however you want. And not one of those guys have been able to win a championship. Like, that's wild that we all know who the four best quarterbacks are and only the best quarterback has a championship. And I'm sure that will change through time. But I can't sit here and give you tangible hope if you're a Bills fan, because now you lost 4 times to them. And it wasn't your quarterback's fault yesterday. I can't tell you, Lamar Jackson, that, you're definitely going to get through. Just like I can't tell the Bills they're definitely going to get through, because last year you were at home in an AFC Championship game, and the Chiefs weren't spectacular in offense in that game, and you guys lost. Like Joe Burrow, sure, he beat Mahomes in an AFC title game in Kansas City. Then the Bengals lost one in the AFC Championship game in a close game. But now can they get back to the postseason? Because it's been 2 long years that they haven't been able to do so. So just to see how many great quarterbacks we have in the league right now, in terms of those 4, the big 4. And it's wild how Mahomes keeps on gunning everybody down and giving no one else hope. And that's why the Eagles, they got to give us some hope. They got to give the rest of us hope. Because if the Eagles can't do it, and Stink said it, Mark Schlereth, outside of quarterback and coach, they have the advantage on every single unit on the field. Every single unit. Offensive line, wide receiver, tight end, secondary, right, linebacker. That's what he said. That's NFL analyst, 3-time Super Bowl champion Mark Schlereth. Besides quarterback and besides coach. And the fact that Mahomes and Reed have put a dent in Brady and Belichick, coming from a Patriot fan, they have put a dent in Brady and Belichick. It doesn't mean that Mahomes and Reed are better than Brady and Belichick. I'm not going there yet. That's too premature. As great as Mahomes and Reed have been in this run. But the fact it's even a conversation just shows you how special this is right now. Because when we saw Brady leave the Patriots, there were people rejoicing. Oh, it's over. Oh, everyone else could have hope. Right? You're telling me there's a chance for my team with the boogeyman no longer there in New England. And there's a new boogeyman. And Andy Reid likes to eat cheeseburgers, so he's a more friendly boogeyman than Bill Belichick. And he's a larger fella. I think we all like a jolly fella. And then you got this guy, Patrick Mahomes, who he's more athletic than Tom Brady. And just like Brady, it doesn't matter that you think you got him, because when you think you got him, let's be real, you don't got him. Because until that dude is done, until that dude lost the game, and there's 0 seconds remaining on that clock, and even then you have to say, was that real? Did that just happen? Did we just beat him? You haven't beat him. And that's a problem for the rest of the league. And to put Mahomes already in right relationship or the same zip code as Tiger Woods, Michael Jordan, Tom Brady, shows you how damn special Patrick Mahomes is. Coming on back, we'll do No Huddle Offense next. It is the Zach Gelb Show on the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. $15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Touchdowns, sacks, upsets, and last-minute heroics. Another NFL Sunday is in the books, and we've got you covered with the biggest plays and sound bites from another wild week in the National Football League. It's time for No Huddle Offense on the Zach Gelb Show.
Alrighty, welcome back in. Zach Gelb Show, Infinity Sports Network. It's time for a little No Huddle Offense. So let's start off with Josh Allen. This is Buffalo Bills. We're trying to say the fourth time. Hopefully we could have it be a charm, as they were in Kansas City going up against the Chiefs. Josh Allen's stats from the game: 22 of 34, 237 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Here's the craziest stat, though. In his last 12 playoff games, Josh Allen has 25 touchdowns to 4 interceptions. And that dude hasn't won a Super Bowl, let alone even reach a Super Bowl. I have the comparison for Josh Allen. Josh Allen is the guy that does 95% of the work for a group project in college. And then you need 1 or 2 other people to do the other 5%, right? You just need to submit the documents that I put together. You just need to present the document, and then those 2 bozos don't show up. Oh, I forgot to submit the paper. Oh, I forgot to just do the 1-minute presentation explaining what we're doing. And through that, you could fail. But how Josh Allen has those numbers in his last 12 playoff games, and forget not having a ring, hasn't been able to get to 1 lousy GD Super Bowl, is just crazy. And I look back from this one, the blame game, it's on Sean McDermott for me, and it's also on Dalton Kincaid. Dalton Kincaid has to catch that ball at the end. I'm not saying it's easy, but you got 2 hands on it. And Sean McDermott does too many miscues with your football team. Whether it's on 3rd down, allowing Samaje Perine being wide open, chasing points too early in the game, not having James Cook on the field, and when you have him on the field, not giving the ball more, just inexcusable. There was too much there with Sean McDermott in the game, where I would say Sean McDermott was problem number 1. And then I'm not a 1A guy, so I'll say 2 was Dalton Kincaid. James Cook, 134 total yards, 2 touchdowns. Matt Collins got me some money and plus 600. 3 catches for 73 yards in the game with that touchdown. Khalil Shakir, 6 catches for 46 yards. Mahomes, 18 of 26, 245 yards, a touchdown. 2 rushing touchdowns as well, so 3 total touchdowns in the game. Kareem Hunt had a rushing touchdown. Xavier Worthy, 6 catches for 85 yards and a score. And Travis Kelce, let me tell you this, bet his anytime touchdown in the Super Bowl. 2 catches for only 19 yards. You know he'll show up on the big stage. But let's get to some highlights. Here are the Bills getting stopped, even though I thought they got it on 4th and 1, even though it should have been 1st down after the 3rd down play, or at least closer than 4th and 1. But here were the Bills up 22-21 in the 4th quarter driving, and the Chiefs turned this game around, I guess also with the help of the officials.
4th down and about a yard. Again, he's under center, and Allen gets the snap, and again he is trying to push, and again the big red wall is right there. I don't know that he was able to gouge his way for the Buffalo 1st down. It looked like they had stopped him.
This is interesting. The ref at the top seems like he has the 1st down, but the ref at the bottom seems like it's a little short.
They tried to shove him from behind, and right now the ruling is he could not get across. He was barging ahead, and he could not get the 1st down. I still don't think he got it, though, Dev.
And that's courtesy of Kevin Harlan and Devin McCourty. Now, I'll cut Harlan some slack there, right? Because he's probably watching the TV replay, doing the radio, and I'm sure they have monitors as well. The angles that they were showing, though, on TV were horrible. And then when they do the overhead, it's like, oh, he probably got it. You know, when I'm finding out on Twitter first before the game that it looks like he got it compared to on the TV broadcast, that's a problem. And I thought TV was horrible at the end, too. When Dalton Kincaid drops that ball, they barely showed it. And you know what? Dalton Kincaid probably happy today because eventually, right? I'm not saying he's happy today, to be clear. But it could have been a whole lot worse because you know how ugly and nasty and the vitriol that comes his way, which is just ridiculous. You know, Mark Andrews dealt with the same thing. But, right, you blame someone for the loss, and that's part of being a public figure. But the Mark Andrews thing was so obvious because you could see it. He was there. He just dropped the ball. Because of the, rainbow throw falling away that was made by Josh Allen, you didn't get a good look in the moment. And eventually you saw it, but it was 40 minutes later. But if you had that intense rush right away, yeah, this would have been I'm sure it's already lonely for Dalton Kincaid, but it would have been lonelier today. Anyway, let's hear a second highlight. That was courtesy of Kevin Harlan and Devin McCourty on Westwood One. Now let's hear Mitch Holthus, the legendary Mitch Holthus, Kansas City on the Chiefs radio network. Because once you get a stop like that, even though you got a little hump with the officials, you knew Patrick Mahomes was going to make you pay on a touchdown run.
First down play. Mahomes keeps it on an RPO at the 5. Gets a lead block. He goes into the end zone near side. Touchdown! Kansas City! Patrick Mahomes, a 16-yard run. His second rushing touchdown of the game.
All righty, Stu. Let's go with the Chiefs question first, then we'll get to the Bills question.
All right, starting with the Chiefs, how many more years can the Chiefs remain at this level?
As long as you have Patrick Mahomes. Now, when can maybe the Chiefs go through some changes where maybe that will impact the quarterback? I would say when Andy Reid retires. I know he signed a 5-year contract extension, I think going back to this past year, this past offseason. So that's like a possibility. And then I don't know how much longer Travis Kelce is going to play. You know, I said it last year during the season that Jason Kelce was going to retire at the end of the year. And I said, I don't think Travis Kelce is that far behind him. I'm not saying this is going to be Travis Kelce's final game, but I do think that's going to be a storyline here. And Travis Kelce is still under contract for one more season. So I think he'll be back next year. But after that, can I see him playing that much longer? I would be surprised. So if he wins the Super Bowl, do you go out on top, right? And then you have the podcast with Jason, and you'll be a media sensation. You already are, but more and more spots, and also with the connection to Taylor Swift. So I think Kelce will be back next year. But if you tell me he retired after the game, I wouldn't be stunned. And those are some alterations, obviously. If you take Kelce and you take Reid out of the picture down the road, then you'll wonder, okay, who's the next guy coming on in, how he gets along with Mahomes, you know, how much talent you got to replace, things like that. But for the foreseeable future, I'm not saying he's going to the Super Bowl every year, but the Chiefs will be in the AFC Championship game until someone eliminates them prior. And until that happens, I'm going to be shocked if it doesn't happen for at least the next 5 years. Like that's what I'll at least say to answer that question. All right, let's get to the Bills question.
All right, speaking of the Bills, do you think their Super Bowl window is still open?
It's still open because you'll be there and you'll be in those games because you have Josh Allen, but I think it's time to get rid of Sean McDermott. And I said go get Bill Belichick. I would get rid of Sean McDermott for one coach and one coach only right now. The coaches that are available, I know he's at UNC, so people will say he's not available, but it's Bill Belichick. Sean McDermott did a great job. That Bills team didn't make the playoffs for 17 straight seasons. He comes in, all they do is make the postseason. He's had moments to redeem himself. He's a good coach, but I also think he's reached his apex with the Buffalo Bills. All righty, let's go to Commanders and Eagles. This game was a blowout in favor of Philadelphia, and Saquon Barkley, down 3-0, set the tone on the first play, offensive play for the Philadelphia Eagles with a 60-yard touchdown run. Here is Merrill Reese on the Eagles Radio Network, Sports Radio 94, WIP.
Hurts under center on first down. He pitches it out to Barkley. Takes off to the outside. He's at the 50. He's at the 40. He's at the 30. He's going to go. 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Saquon Barkley, 60 yards on his opening touch.
What was that said at the end?
Opening touch.
Oh, touch. Gotcha. I was like, what did Mike Quick say right at the end? I for some reason, I couldn't make it out in my headsets. And then let's hear Ian Eagle on Westwood 1. This is when the route was really on 34-15. Jalen Hurts on a 9-yard touchdown run.
Philly looking for more. Hurts design run. Left side. Hurts to the 5. Cuts it to the outside. Touchdown! The Eagles are piling it on.
Jalen Hurts, second of the day on the ground. Philadelphia doing the gritty, and they open up a 33-15 lead.
And let's get to the Commanders question here, but before we get to that, I'll give you some stats. Jaden Daniels, 29 of 48, 255 passing yards and a passing touchdown with a pick. 48 rushing yards with the rushing touchdown. Zach Ertz, 11 catches for 104 yards. Terry McLaurin, 3 for 51 yards and a score. And then they lost 3 fumbles as a team. The turnovers were the biggest story, I thought, on why this game got really ugly. We know how great the Eagles are, but too many turnovers for the Washington Commanders. Stu, what's the Commanders' question here?
All right. Do you think the Commanders can take the next step in 2025, or will they plateau kind of like the Texans did this year?
Do I think they're going to be back to the NFC Championship game, so then the next step would be getting to a Super Bowl? I'm going to go out on a limb. I like Jaden Daniels a lot. I like what the Commanders are building. It's great to see that fan base back. But for me to sit here and just say, yeah, even though the NFC is more wide open compared to the AFC where you have all these great quarterbacks and they're all chasing Mahomes and no one really has any luck outside of the 1 year where Joe Burrow did it, I'm going to say that if you tell me the Commanders take that next step and get to the Super Bowl, I'd be more surprised than expecting it. So they could take a little bit of a step back. I'm not even going to sit here and say they're definitely getting back to the NFC Championship game last year. Like, at least the Texans, right? They didn't have a great regular season. They still won a playoff game. They got back to the same spot, but the Commanders went farther than them, so it makes it tougher to then take that next step. So, no, I think the Commanders will be good next year, but I'm not saying that they're going to a Super Bowl right now. And then on the Eagles side, Saquon Barkley, 15 carries, 118 rushing yards, not 1, not 2, but 3 touchdowns. A.J. Brown channeled his inner excellence, 6 catches for 96 yards and a touchdown. Dallas Goedert, 7 for 85. I'll tell you right now, 2 Super Bowl bets I like. I like the tight ends. I like Kelsey to get in the end zone. I like Dallas Goedert to get in the end zone right now. Dallas Goedert has quietly had a very good postseason. And the Eagles set a Super Bowl era playoff record with 7 rushing touchdowns. It was so good that even Will Shipley, I saw their third-string running back, was on Good Morning America earlier this morning, which is crazy. And Jalen Hurts, 20 of 28, 246 yards, a passing touchdown, 16 rushing yards with 3 with 3 touchdowns as well. So what a day for Jalen Hurts. What a day for the Philadelphia Eagles. And what is the Eagles question here, Stu?
Yeah, Nick Sirianni, do you think he's a top 3 coach in the NFL?
It's a good question. It's a very good question. So Andy Reid and Sean McVay are 1-2. Now, 3 for a guy that probably wouldn't even have been on anyone's top 10 list. I want to say no. You know, I think Jim Harbaugh is a better coach, but first year back in the NFL. Tomlin and Harbaugh right now, I can't put Sirianni in front of him. I could put Sirianni in front of him, I mean. I'm going to say no, but you could make the case for it. You really can. I'm going to say no because it just doesn't feel right. Like, Sirianni, let me ask you this. Sirianni or Kyle Shanahan? Because both have gotten out of 2 Super Bowls. So who would you rather have there?
At this point, I'd say Sirianni. Uh-oh.
I said Sirianni and my Siri went off. And then it said, do you want to call Kyle or Mike Shanahan? Either. Which one wants to come on the show? So Sirianni will be in everyone's top 10 list next year. I'm curious how high he will go on the list. I can't say, though. I'll say Dan Campbell's the 3rd best coach right now. That would just be my instincts right there. But also, he's never been to a Super Bowl. But you look at the building that Campbell did was very impressive to me in Detroit and just taking a franchise down and out to spots that they haven't been to in a very long time. But, man, it's a great question, and it's a close one. All righty, talking about coaches, we know the Eagles won't need a new coach next year, but there are 6 teams that have already made new hires. We have heard from some of those coaches today. You'll hear from Pete Carroll, Aaron Glenn, and also you'll hear from the Jones family. You know, did Brian Schottenheimer even say anything in his introductory press conference? Or was it just the puppet masters and Stephen and Jerry Jones? We'll get to all that on the other side. Update time first. Here's Zach.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
And you'll hear from Jerry Jones right now as he says, though Brian Schottenheimer may have been an underwhelming choice for the Cowboys, they were certainly comfortable with it because he's been in the building for a couple of years and they've got to know him, and his lineage didn't hurt either.
We know what Schotty grew up around. Not just from that, but we knew, frankly, from the standpoint of Schotty, those X hairs crossed.
The Jets reaching into their past for their next head coach, bringing back former first-round pick Aaron Glenn, who was introduced today, along with new GM Darryl Muji. Also in Las Vegas, the media met the new management team of the Raiders, 73-year-old Pete Carroll, as well as new GM John Spytek, and the Jaguars also rolled out Liam Cohen. The Bears' former coaching staff is busy looking for new gigs. Matt Eberflus talking with the Cowboys today about becoming their new defensive coordinator, and former interim coach Thomas Brown is joining Mike Vrabel's staff in New England as passing game coordinator. The latest chapter in the Jimmy Butler saga is the Heat suspending their star indefinitely after he walked out of practice today when he told he wasn't going to start. I'm Rich Ackerman.
The Infinity Sports Network is on your smart speaker. All you have to say is play Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Hey, this is Howie. And this is Nick from the Backstreet Boys. And you're listening to the Zach Gelb Show. And guess what? Zach is back. All right.
He's live. He's nationwide. This is the Zach Gelb Show.
Oh, my God.
All righty, it's time to answer Ask the Pros question of the day. It's brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Francois in Dallas says, Zach, what's one word to describe the Cowboys hiring of Brian Schottenheimer? You could submit a question by tweeting at INS Sportsnet or at Zach Gelb using the hashtag AskThePros. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Stu, what's your one word when it comes to the reaction of hiring Brian Schottenheimer? I have mine.
Boring.
That's a good one. Mine is uninspiring. It's the same old crap with the Cowboys. It doesn't inspire me. You know, I look back at this and I just think that this is the ultimate Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones puppet kind of hire. That's what it is to me. By the way, I just got a message. It's crazy with my roots in Philly. How many people that I haven't talked to in years will reach out to me now for Super Bowl tickets. It started last week. Like, hey, if the Eagles win, and one of my closest friends in the world is an Eagles fan. So, like, him saying, I want to go, one of my closest friends, I get it. But the amount of people that come out of the woodworks, you know, not that this guy's a very kind guy that just texted me, you know, very good person. I don't even, the last message I have with this person's from 2016 that I just got. 2016.
They've won a Super Bowl since then.
It's just amazing. I appreciate people trying, but yeah, you know what? Let me just pull 30 Super Bowl tickets out of my ass, right? Like, I turned down 2 Super Bowl tickets 2 weeks ago because I thought I could find cheaper Super Bowl tickets. And I don't want to deal with, like, the onus of selling tickets. It's like a mess and all that stuff. So I turned them down. Now I'm looking for 2 more so me and my buddy could go to the game. And I think I'll be able to gather them. But if I don't, I'm not disappointed. We're in New Orleans the whole week. So technically my flight's supposed to be Monday night after the Super Bowl. So if I have to change that and leave Saturday, like, I'm good. I'm fine not going to the game. But it's amazing the amount of people that will reach out to you. And I go, like, okay, I was friends with you like 10 years ago. It's the no shame people have. is amazing to me. Is absolutely amazing. All righty. So my word is uninspiring, like I said. Let's hear from Jerry Jones. This is Jerry Jones on hiring Brian Schottenheimer.
We know what osmosis is, and we know what Schotty grew up around. Not just from that, but we knew, frankly, from the standpoint of Schotty, those X hairs crossed. Schotty might never have been in our mirror or in our view had he not joined us to be with Mike as a consultant 3 years ago, and it has been a coach.
I guess osmosis is correct when he's talking about that. Schotty. Is he saying Schotty like a girl or like Schotty? What is he? I know what he's saying, but jeez. That's something. Jerry Jones knows the risk of hiring Brian Schottenheimer.
Now, I get my proverbial ass kicked over needing people in my comfort zone. If you don't think I can't operate out of my comfort zone, you're so wrong. It's unbelievable. This is as big a risk as you could take. As big a risk as you could take. No head coaching experience. You've just heard him reference his osmosis, his family. Anybody in this room that doesn't believe the apple doesn't go far from the tree has missed it someplace down the road.
Could we just talk like regular people? Who, when talking about football, mentions the word osmosis? And I get why you're using it, and I get what it means. Trust me, there's a lot of words that people use that I don't know what they mean. And there's a lot of people who are more intelligent than me. I get it. You know, I'm just a big dummy sometimes. But, like, talk like actual men talk. The osmosis. What are we doing? All righty, let's hear Stephen Jones. I don't know if this is going to sound as great, but it looked really funny. I'll tell you how it looked in just a bit. But here's Stephen Jones on the Cowboys Super Bowl drought.
Obviously, we're also evaluating where it didn't go right, in terms of, this drought that people say we're in terms of a championship game or a Super Bowl.
So he did this drought, and I haven't watched the full press conference, and he did the air quotes, like making fun of it, like this drought. If I was in that room, and I'm not afraid to ask those questions in those press conferences, it's actually very fun when you do so. I'd be like, hey, Steven, Zach Gelb here from the Star Gazette. I don't even know what the heck the papers are in Dallas. Is that one the Star Gazette? Fort Worth Star Telegram. Zach Gelb here from the Fort Worth Star Telegram. Steven, earlier you said this drought. You did air quotes. Do you not think you guys are in a drought? You guys haven't won a Super Bowl or been to an NFC Championship game in, 30 years. That's a drought. Like, what else did you want to call it? So, the Jones making it, just an ass out of himself. I'm trying to clean that up there. Aaron Glenn, pumped up to take the Jets job. Let's listen up to Aaron Glenn.
Players that's here now, put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride. Put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride. Listen, there are going to be some challenges, but with challenges gets opportunity. But here's what I do know. We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this shit. Listen, I want this job. I interviewed for a number of them, but I wanted this job.
That's Rex. That's Rex Ryan in Aaron Glenn's body, right? That's Rex Ryan of 2025 featuring Aaron Glenn. That was awesome. I'm not even a Jet fan. I'd run through the wall for that guy. You knew Aaron Glenn was going to win the press conference. Now, can you do what Rex Ryan did and take the team to 2 AFC Championship games? Or how about just a playoff appearance to start? And then maybe win a playoff game. But I like that energy from Aaron Glenn. Let's go to Pete Carroll. So a fan, and I'll tell you who the fan is in a bit, but he yelled out, Raiders, when Pete Carroll was getting introduced while he was talking to the media.
We do want to fill our stadium up with our guys. I know that we have a good draw for people from out of town. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, Mark, settle down a little bit. But it's real. This is a real challenge for us.
So that was Marshawn Lynch. Stu, you thought that was Mark Davis? Are you serious?
He said Mark. Like Mark Davis.
So Stu hasn't seen this clip, and Stu's laughter when I said that was Marshawn Lynch. Yeah, he's sitting in the back row. Raiders! Now, that was funny. And also, I wonder if Pete Carroll and Marshawn Lynch are, like, good. Because of the whole not giving the ball in the Super Bowl. Because that, like, I know it's Marshawn, so he's on a different scale than everybody else. That's like so disrespectful to do, but then it's Marshawn, so I think Marshawn gets a pass.
From out of town.
Pete's like, oh, shut the bleep up. That's what that sounded like. But let's hear Liam Cohen trying to make a good first impression on the fans of Duval.
Jacksonville, the community. Duval.
Oh, no. One more time.
Jacksonville, the community. Duval.
Nails on a chalkboard.
Duval.
Ah! That's what I hear when I hear that.
Duval.
I know he coached at Kentucky, but and I think that Jaguars job, outside of having to work with Shad Khan, is actually a decent job. Well, actually, Shad Khan will keep you forever, but he's just been a mess, only winning 30% of his games as an owner. But jeez. Duval. I don't know what's worse, Liam Cohen doing that or Jerry Jones talking about osmosis and justifying the hire of Shoddy. Ay. All righty, fun show today. Stu Samter, thank you. Act, thank you. Big thanks to Stink Mark Schlereth for joining us, and each and every one of you, forever you do consume our fine little radio program. We'll be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific time. Have a great Monday night, everybody. This is the Zach Gelb Show. Always give me a follow. Twitter, Instagram, at Zach Gelb, ZACHGELB. We out. Bye-bye. Peace.
Minute remaining. $45 seconds remaining. $30 seconds remaining. $15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
You're listening to the JR Sport Brief.
It is the JR Sport Brief Show here with you coast to coast on the Infinity Sports Network. I'm coming to you live from Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you to everybody tuned in and locked in all over North America. I hope you had a tremendous weekend. Hope you had a great Monday. I hope you're well. I hope you're safe. I hope you are amazing. This is when the show gets started. Every weekday, 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 Pacific. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you so much to our producer holding it down in New York, Ryan Hickey. Thank you to Greg for helping hold things down on the board. And thank you again to you for tuning in all over North America. We know we had a crazy weekend. Kansas City Chiefs going back to the Super Bowl. Philadelphia Eagles going back to the Super Bowl. The Washington Commanders just absolutely thrilled with what they did this season. Nobody expected them to get to no NFC Championship game. And then for the Buffalo Bills, another disappointment. Another time when Patrick Mahomes gives them the boot. We're going to talk about it all. How about this? And next hour, Gene Battaglia is going to join us. Western New York, covers the Buffalo Bills. Radio host on The Fan in Rochester. I'm going to ask him about the Bills and, well, what happens next? John McMullen is going to join us later in the show to talk about the Philadelphia Eagles. Hopefully their fans have climbed off of those poles. Why they want to climb those poles so bad? Yeah, we're going to get into a lot of football. And then how about this? About an hour ago, Jimmy Butler is suspended indefinitely by the Miami Heat. Again, no, this is not deja vu. Jimmy Butler has been suspended again. They got him 3 times. 3rd time's a charm. We'll get into why Jimmy Butler is suspended again. You know, we'll talk about that in about 20 minutes. This is just the story and song that does not end. And then earlier today, a lot went on as we had several coaches introduced to new fan bases. Pete Carroll sat in front of the Raiders and was introduced. Whoop-de-freaking-do, right? Dallas Cowboys introducing Brian Schottenheimer as their new head coach. How exciting. And then Aaron Glenn, latest head coach for the New York Jets. He made playing for the New York Jets sound exciting. And I guess that's his job. And then there was no real answer as to what the hell will happen with Aaron Rodgers. But that's the world that we live in. Everything is all about positivity during these introductory press conferences. So we'll hear from Pete Carroll and Aaron Glenn and Schottenheimer, Jerry Jones. We'll hear from all of these guys later on this hour. Thank you to everybody listening all over North America on the free Odyssey app, your local Infinity Sports Network affiliate, Sirius XM channel 375. And if you got a smart speaker, ask the speaker to play the Infinity Sports Network. Thank you so much to everybody tuned in on YouTube. We stream live on YouTube. If you can watch, knock yourself out, you can. All you have to do is go ahead and search the Infinity Sports Network on YouTube, and everything will pop right on up. You can watch the show live. If you want to call up, 855-212-4227. That's 855-212-4227. You can find me online wherever you are on the internet. I am there as well. I am at JR Sport Brief. Before we do or say anything else, Hickey, how are you on this Monday, January 27th, the year 2025? You okay?
I'm doing well. Yeah, hanging in here on this Monday. No complaints from me.
Well, that's good. Let me ask you this. Being the fact that you host on Sunday nights here on the Infinity Sports Network, what was the vibe that you got and felt following another Chiefs victory against the Bills last night?
A lot of disgust and anger.
Oh, my goodness.
There's a lot of Chiefs fatigue. There's a lot of blaming as to why the Chiefs win games.
Oh, man.
So one question I asked a lot that I never really got a valid answer to was why, like, what makes you hate them? Because I don't really think they're unlikable.
I agree.
And a lot of answers I got did not make much sense, had nothing to do with football. So, yeah. So it was interesting.
You know what? Let's dive into that element later on in the show. Because we talked, not to foreallow for, provide a preface or jump to conclusions, but we talked a lot about this last week about whether or not this was rigged, the Chiefs' win is rigged, and the referees try to win for them. And I saw the same calls that everybody saw last night. Xavier Worthy, was it a catch? Okay, Josh Allen, did he get the first down with the stand up on the 4th down, and they didn't give it to him, and it looked like he crossed the line. So we can go through all of that. We really can. And there were some incorrect calls, I believe, especially Josh Allen's. I think that was a first down. But I'll tell you this, we're going to have some of that in every single game. All right, we're going to have referees missing calls. Go ask the New Orleans Saints and the Rams about missed calls. We can go back to an NFC Championship game. What was that at this point, 2019? We can go back in time. We're going to find refs missing calls all the damn time, okay? Tuck rule. I can go on and on and on. The Kansas City Chiefs are just better than everybody. The talent that they put on the field is better than everybody. There's not a game that they go into, even with a Josh Allen is on the field, where the Kansas City Chiefs don't have the best quarterback. That's it. And so if you put away what you cannot control, the calls of the officials. I look at what the Buffalo Bills did and what they did not do. I found the Buffalo Bills to be, and this is exactly what it is, and Josh Allen said it out of his own mouth. He said, man, in order to beat champs, we got to beat them first, and we didn't do it. And that's the approach. Everybody knows the Kansas City Chiefs sit at the top of the totem pole. You have to beat them. They don't got to necessarily go out there and be aggressive to beat you. You're trying to match them and what they're capable of doing. And so when the Buffalo Bills are just like, hey, it's 4th down, I'm going to go for it instead of kicking a field goal. When the Buffalo Bills are early in the game, they're like, oh, my God, I got a chance here. I can kick 1 point through the uprights, or I can go for a 2-point conversion. And they're going for 2 points and they don't get it. I'm like, oh, y'all are leaving points out here on the field. And the Buffalo Bills did that. They left points on the field to try to match the Kansas City Chiefs. And instead of being matched up with them, the Chiefs got the ball back at the end of the game. We saw what Harrison Butker did with that kick. And then their defense handled them, and Kincaid missed the catch, and they sent the blitz, and that was all that she wrote. And after that, it was a matter of, hey, let's just kill the clock, get first downs, suck the timeouts out of them, and that's exactly what they did. And so we can all sit around and blame the refs. I'm not doing that stupid game. What I'm going to tell you is they left points on the board, and they got beat again by a better team. This is the 4th time since 2021 that the Kansas City Chiefs have eliminated the Bills. In the case of Josh Allen, this man is lights out in the playoffs unless he's taking on the Kansas City Chiefs. He has a 7-2 record in the playoffs. He is 0 for 4 against the Chiefs. Josh Allen, these are numbers that he doesn't want to be a part of. He has the most wins in the postseason by any quarterback ever to never reach the Super Bowl. 7. Meanwhile, Patrick Mahomes keeps on rolling. 7 years as a starting quarterback in the NFL. This is going to be his 5th appearance in the Super Bowl. The Chiefs just keep on rolling. And Patrick Mahomes, you might have heard this yesterday, hear it again now. He talks about what it took for them to get back to another Super Bowl.
It takes every single person on the team, and you saw that tonight. If it was special teams, if it was offense, if it was defense, everybody had their role in this game. And that was a great football team that we played. And so for us to go through the season and win the games the way that we won them, I'm proud of the team. But like you said, we're not to the ultimate goal yet, and this will be a great challenge for us with Philadelphia.
The ultimate goal here is to win another championship. The ultimate goal here for the Kansas City Chiefs is to three-peat. The ultimate goal in three-peating is to do something that has never been done before in the NFL. 3 consecutive Super Bowl victories. Andy Reid is starting, well, damn it, Andy Reid has his own legacy. Andy Reid is already one of the most accomplished coaches that the NFL has ever seen. From his work in the NFC with the Philadelphia Eagles to now ultimately winning championships and the opportunity to win another championship with the Kansas City Chiefs. Andy Reid, this is going to be his 6th Super Bowl appearance. The only guy who has more appearances than him is Bill Belichick at 9. Andy Reid talked about going to the Super Bowl again.
What a great game for the National Football League, for the Kansas City Chiefs. To have the Lamar Hunt Trophy back in our hand here in Kansas City is a real treat to be a part of that.
Oh, man, let me tell you how spoiled the fans are in Kansas City. One of my friends hit me up on Saturday and goes, hey, I got tickets, JR. I said, send a plane for me. Send a plane for me. And then the next thing I heard was, well, I can't send a plane. I'm like, okay, I'm not coming. And then it's like, hey, I can't give these tickets away because people feel that we might be a jinx. I'm like, what? Y'all are worried about being a jinx? By going to the football game, y'all think y'all are going to be a jinx? You think you're going to jinx the Kansas City Chiefs? And so they went to the game ultimately, and they won. And my first message was, what jinx, huh? You're such a jinx. You sitting in the stands doesn't have anything to do with the talent on the field. We can all be superstitious. Superstitious. The Chiefs are just a better team. And they're doing this at home. The fans are spoiled. Enjoy it. And nothing going to last forever. That's what Patrick Mahomes had to say about winning again at Arrowhead.
To be able to do it again at Arrowhead was special. I mean, last year it was awesome. You get there and you win it, but you're at a different stadium. And then being able to win it at Arrowhead, and then you get that trophy on that stage, and you look around, and there's not a seat empty. It is a special place, and I'm glad that I get to be a part of Chiefs Kingdom and here in Kansas City because these moments that I'll have for the rest of my life.
Man, you got to enjoy them. You got to enjoy what you got because you never know how long it's going to last. And somebody has to win, and then unfortunately, somebody has to lose. The Buffalo Bills, I told you, they're the ones that lost. They haven't been to a Super Bowl since 1993. Yeah. 4 consecutive losses when they went, 90, 91, 92, 93. Haven't been to a Super Bowl since. The Buffalo Bills might actually have the MVP on their team right now in Josh Allen. Josh Allen went to work yesterday, 2 touchdowns, 237 yards in the air. He still lost. He looked dejected sitting on the sidelines as the clock ticked down. He looked dejected on the sidelines as it looked like the Chiefs were going to go home with another victory. Dejected. That's what Josh Allen had to say about another loss 4 out of 5 years against the Chiefs.
It's not fun. But to beat the champs, you gotta to be the champs, you gotta beat the champs, and we didn't do it tonight.
Yeah. Hickey, who said that last week?
You, right?
Yeah. I stole it from Ric Flair, yeah. To beat a man, you gotta beat him. As simple as that. Here's another question for you, Hickey. Remember we had that one Buffalo Bills fan who called and he was very boisterous Friday. He was very boisterous, very loud.
Tony, something like that, yeah.
Oh, damn, you remember his name?
Well, he said it was the lock of the year. I think he said put your life savings on it.
He did say that. He did. He told me, he did. He said, JR, I don't know your financial situation, but he said put your life savings, your mortgage. That's what this guy told me.
Hope he's doing okay today.
I hope he is. Do you think he's going to call us?
No, no chance. No,
he's not,
chance.
He's not going to call us today.
Or tomorrow.
Or next week?
2 weeks from now.
July?
I
August.
would say maybe after the first preseason game, if Josh Allen goes 3 for 3 and the only drive he plays, then we'll hear from him again.
Hey, Tommy T, whatever your name is, from Western New York, I assume, from Buffalo. Call us up, 855-212-4227. We would love to hear from you. We would. Josh Allen isn't the only person who spoke after the loss. Dalton Kincaid had the ball. It wasn't as much of a gimme as what we saw last week from Mark Andrews, but we saw another tight end drop a pass that would have ultimately put them in position to kick a field goal to tie the game. That did not happen. Kincaid dropped the pass while Allen was being blitzed. And this is what Dalton had to say about dropping the ball.
Josh made a hell of an attempt just to get the ball up there, and just sucks a lot not being able to bring it down.
Yeah, it just sucks a lot. What else are you going to say? Just sucks. What about that head coach? I asked this question last week to members of the media up in Buffalo. How the hell do y'all feel about Sean McDermott? I've already heard the calls about how he needs to get the boot. He needs to get sent to Siberia. They'll never win because of him. And I'm just like, man, it's the team on the field. Like, he doesn't have Patrick Mahomes. That's the difference. And, yeah, he was overly aggressive. That was him. That's his fault. I don't think you rip things to shreds just because you got to go up against the boogeyman. Like, eventually somebody will get him. But once again, it's not your time. 4 times, 5 years, another loss. How about this stat? Josh Allen, he is the only quarterback in NFL history to lose 4 games against the same quarterback in the playoffs. Patrick Mahomes might say that they're buddies and it hurts to beat him and he considers him to be a friend and all of this stuff. Does Josh Allen feel that way? Was Josh Allen throwing, darts at a photo of his face? Is Josh Allen twisting up a voodoo doll in the offseason? Head coach of the Buffalo Bills, Sean McDermott, he talked about how painful it is to lose to the Chiefs again.
Well, they're a good football team. They've won 2 Super Bowls. They've been to 7 straight AFC Championship games, and that's no excuse. This is a good football team. We got to keep working to get over that hump. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, better luck next year. Sometimes next year doesn't come. The NFL is a brutal, brutal game, brutal league. Injuries occur. Players change teams. So come on, man. We got Amari Cooper on this squad. He wasn't even heavily involved when they traded for him. They had Stephon Diggs last year. Bellyache in the past couple of seasons with the Buffalo Bills. Ultimately, he got hurt down in Houston. We've seen the defense of the Buffalo Bills change. So as long as you have Josh Allen, you're going to have a chance. But the Kansas City Chiefs are just a massive roadblock. We got to worry about the Buffalo Bills later this year. Maybe then Tony from Western New York will call us back. But for right now, we know what the Super Bowl is. It's a shame we got to wait like 2 weeks to get it. Kansas City and the Philadelphia Eagles after they smash those Washington Commanders. We're going to talk about the Eagles later in the show. We're going to talk about Washington later in the show. We're going to talk about Kansas City and why people don't like them. I told you we're going to have some guests who are going to join us. John McMullen will join us from SI Now to talk about the Eagles. Gene Battaglia is going to join us next hour to talk about the Buffalo Bills. If you want to talk, you can. The phone number is 855-212-4227. That's 855-212-4227. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to get this news on out the way. I told you that Jimmy Butler, not too long before we went on air, he was suspended again by the Miami Heat. I will tell you why Jimmy Butler is being suspended. We're going to get into more football, Andy Reid and his legacy, and McDermott and his future. We got a lot to do. We're just getting started. It's the JR Sport Brief Show, coast to coast, on the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Listening to the JR Sport Brief.
Your credit to your profession. You're one of the rare radio personalities that actually balances facts with whatever callers call me with. I'm also a caller for Pearland, Texas. So Pearland, Texas loves you.
Call him now at 855-212-4227.
It's the JR Sport Brief Show here with you coast to coast on the Infinity Sports Network. And we just opened up the show by talking about the Kansas City Chiefs and the Buffalo Bills. Yeah, the Bills head into another offseason, eliminated by the Chiefs. The Chiefs, they head to another Super Bowl, looking to be the first team to three-peat. And we're going to have 2 weeks to talk about this. Told you we'll have more to get into about the game and Mahomes and Reed and why people hate the Chiefs so much. We're going to get into more of that as the show goes on. We're going to get into the Eagles and their victory. Great to see what Jalen Hurts did yesterday. Did not look injured to me. And not on a tush push, not on a pass. Played an amazing game. And Saquon Barkley, to the shock of nobody, just hand him the ball to open up the game and just touchdown. What a shock. The guy's playing on a different level. So we're going to get more into football and even talk about the coaches who were introduced today in the NFL. But let me get this the hell up one out the way, because right before we got on air, as I was walking into the studio, I saw that Jimmy Butler of the Miami Heat was suspended again. And this time, by the way, this is his third suspension. This one is indefinite. The NBA trade deadline is February 6th. Today is January 27th. They're just going to hold this guy out until they can hopefully move him out of town. Now, who wants Jimmy Butler and his salary, the option that he has for next year outside of the Phoenix Suns? I have no idea, because he's just acting like a wild dude just trying to get out of Miami. When was the last time you heard somebody saying that I actively want to leave Miami? Well, we found one. It's Jimmy Butler. This is the news that broke a little more than an hour ago, courtesy of CBS Sports HQ.
Breaking news, more drama out of the NBA. I don't feel like anybody is shocked by that, but here's the latest. The Miami Heat have now suspended Jimmy Butler indefinitely. That is per multiple reports. Butler reportedly walked out of shoot-arounds this morning after being informed that the team didn't plan on starting him tonight against the Orlando Magic. He was expected to return tonight from a 2-game suspension stemming from missing a team flight to Milwaukee last week. Jimmy Butler has requested a trade away from the Heat.
So let's take a look at this. The first time Jimmy Butler was suspended was, conduct detrimental to the team. The guy is running around telling everybody, I don't want to be here. I got to find my joy, what have you. They suspended him. The second time he gets suspended, now he's getting the boot because he missed the team plane. And now he's being suspended, reportedly today, because he learned that he would be coming off of the bench. Now, come on now. We all knew you don't want to be here. You're coming off. They're trying to push his buttons. They're trying to find a reason for him to say, hey, I don't want to play, which he's already done. And so they don't want nothing to do with each other. Jimmy Butler doesn't want the Miami Heat. The Miami Heat don't want Jimmy Butler. And so this is just what it is right now. Now, I don't think Jimmy Butler is going to go broke missing these paychecks, approximately $500,000 a game. He'll be fine. Ultimately, I'll tell you this cannot end sooner than later. Jimmy Butler is on social media making posts about how he is now unemployed, jobless, doesn't have a gig. I said this last week. I'll say it again. I hope that he gets sent somewhere where he will certainly lose, because this is grating. It is. 855-212-4227. I wish they played against the Magic today, and he learned he was going to get benched. I'm just like, he should have accepted it. Just said, fine, okay. 855-212-4227. That's 855-212-4227. Joe is here from Rochester. You're on the JR Sport Brief Show. What's up, Joe?
Buddy.
Hey, what's up? You're live.
Hey, listen, man, yesterday's game, you can pick apples and oranges between Allen and Mahomes. You know what? Half a dozen one way or the other, brother. You know where that game was won? And I'm going to tell you, and I think you'll agree with me. That game was won because Spagnuolo on defense showed just how much more experienced he is than Brady on offense. Bottom line, that's where that game was won. That was the difference. Okay. Not Reed, not McDermott, right there. Spagnuolo won that game for the Chiefs, hands down.
All right. Thank you, Joe, for calling from Rochester. I would say it certainly played a factor in the game. Steve Spagnuolo has been a defensive coordinator forever. I mean, this guy was a defensive coordinator when the New York Giants were winning championships. So he certainly understands a defense. And we can pick apart the coaching. I can also pick apart the offense. We can say as much as we want. And this is why Josh Allen just might be MVP. Because he took a quote-unquote everybody eats offense, even after bringing in Amari Cooper. I mean, Mac Hollins, who showed up to the game yesterday in a Muppets outfit by Animal. By the way, Animal is one of my favorite Muppets. Hickey, how'd you like that outfit? Did you like it?
I was scared to death.
Oh, my God. Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Because you have Elmo's head cut off with a chain around the neck? Barefoot?
Did you say Elmo?
Yeah.
No, that's Animal. Animal from the Muppets. He's not Elmo. He's Animal. Animal.
Honestly, that's even worse. If it was at least Elmo, it's a little bit, I was going to say lovable. But either way, it was creepy.
If it was Elmo with a chain on his, that'd be creepy. But it was Animal who plays the drums on the Muppets. So
how is that? What's the difference?
Animal and Elmo are two different people.
No, I know. But I'm saying what makes, they're both children's characters. What makes one creepy in the case of Elmo, and what makes one, I guess, acceptable in the case of Animal?
Well, Elmo is a lovely children's character with a squeaky voice who talks to children. Mm-hmm. And kids can relate to him because kids got squeaky, annoying voices, okay? So He's teaching them ABCs and about being friends, okay?
Right.
Animal plays the drums. I've never heard the man. Is he a man? What is he, a Muppet?
You know better than I. Yeah, Muppet, yeah.
I have never heard him. I think it's a him. Yes. You got to be careful now. I don't think I've ever heard he formulate a sentence. I've never heard him formulate a sentence ever. I've heard him go, animal. That's what he does. And he plays the drums, and he acts like a complete lunatic. And so a little bit more reasonable for Mac Hollins to wear an animal outfit to the game. I loved it. I'm going to be that for Halloween.
Stay far away from me then.
All right, I'm going to message Mac, and I'm going to say, yo, bro, where you get that helmet from? Not helmet. What do I call it? A mask?
Mask, headpiece, headgear.
Yeah, if I saw somebody wear that on the in the Halloween parade, I'd be like, man, that's a cool outfit. I'm gonna steal it, hoping that people forget about it between now and Halloween. Genius. But here's the deal. Mac was their leading receiver, and I'm thrilled for him every time he gets Sean because I like him. He's been a guest on the show a million times. I like Mac Hollins. He's a real cool dude. Mac, is he the number one receiver? I don't think so. You need a guy, and I've said this for a while too, James Cook, and he had an amazing rushing touchdown where he had to stretch out and reach and put his arm planted into the ground to avoid being, taken down and stretching Michael Jordan style over the goal line. They still need more weapons. They need dynamic weapons. They don't. We could talk about Spags having more experience. Fine. Yes, I agree. Andy Reid is one of the greatest coaches of all time. And Spagnuolo is a great defensive coordinator. He's been here, done that. Blitz. What he does. Watch this guy do this for like 20 years. Not sometimes, talent does matter before you get to the coaching. 855-212-4227. Greg is calling from Michigan.
Hey, JR, Mr. Positive. I just got to say I'm devastated. Wow, what a game. And you're right. A lot of maybe missed calls, but you can't blame it. It was just between Josh Elvis Allen and Patrick Mahomes, the GOAT right now. And I just got to tell you, I'm devastated. But, hey, I want the Chiefs to win. I like Philadelphia. I think Philadelphia has a stronger defense. But I think it's weird, isn't it, JR, that could you actually say that the Kansas City Chiefs played their best season, and did Patrick have great stats? No, it's just the idea that they just did whatever it takes to win, and it's just weird. It's their destiny. It is their destiny. And I got to ask you a last question.
Well, hold on before you get there, Greg.
Okay.
There's a lot. The Kansas City Chiefs, this is a matter of having Patrick Mahomes and everybody else having fill in the blank. They are ridiculously efficient at the end of games. They win one-score games. They have walked the tightrope all throughout the course of the season and have still walked away victorious. And then when you think about just Patrick Mahomes in general, he's like a cheat code. You don't have to worry about him turning the ball over, or he just always gets the job done in crunch time. And you are correct. He wasn't even an MVP conversation. So I don't think it's any stretch. You take a look at the Philadelphia Eagles. People look at Jalen Hurts and the numbers that he produces and what he doesn't do. And he repeatedly tells everybody after every game, it's really this simple. It doesn't matter if I throw 15 times or if I throw 30 times. The goal is to win the game. It doesn't matter who's touching a rock. What's your final question, Greg? Go ahead quickly.
If Mahomes wins this Super Bowl, is he the greatest of all time? Does he surpass Brady? Thanks for taking my call, buddy, and everybody go for your dreams.
Well, thank you, Greg, for calling from Michigan. 855-212-4227. That's 855-212-4227. If Patrick Mahomes wins this third consecutive Super Bowl, is he the greatest past Tom Brady? You know what? I'm going to answer that question on the other side of the break. Speaking of coaching, We're going to listen to some of these coaches who were introduced today by their new NFL teams. The Raiders have a new coach in Pete Carroll. The Jets have added Aaron Glenn. Liam Cohen is the latest and newest head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and they all spoke today. So we'll hear from some of these coaches that are now going to be in charge of loser-ass teams, and then I'll answer Greg's question about Mahomes and where he fits in with Brady if he should win. But right now it's time for a news flash. Here he is. It's Rich Ackerman.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
And we start with a riddle sponsored by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com. One of those four coaches introduced today was Aaron Glenn by the Jets, along with new GM Darren Muji. The 52-year-old Glenn returns to the franchise he was once part of as a player and a scout. He was part of a build as a player and also as an assistant, and will now try it as a head coach.
So here's the one thing in my last 9 years I was able to do, is be able to take a team from the top and reach the pinnacle, and then also be able to sustain that. And that's what we're going to bring here to this team.
The other coaches rolled out today were Brian Schottenheimer in Dallas, Liam Cohen with the Jaguars, and the Raiders introduced their new management team of GM John Spytek and, of course, 73-year-old coach Pete Carroll. After being fired from the Bears, Matt Eberflus is taking a step back and meeting with the Cowboys about becoming their defensive coordinator, while Thomas Brown, who succeeded Eberflus as the Bears interim, is joining the Patriots as their passing game coordinator. Jimmy Butler and the Heat are at odds again, with the team suspending its star indefinitely after he left practice today because he learned he wasn't going to start. In the NBA tonight, the Heat and Magic get underway in Miami in another hour from now. Also at the top of the hour, it'll be the Lakers and Hornets in Charlotte. The Cavaliers, who have suddenly lost 3 in a row, will host the Pistons, and the Rockets and Celtics clash in Boston in another hour. I'm Rich Acker.
Hey, it's Maggie. We're talking about the NFL all this week on the Infinity Sports Network. Check us out 24/7 on your local affiliate or the Odyssey app.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
You're listening to the JR Sport Brief.
Almost 50 years old, my first time ever calling a radio station. So that says a lot about you, brother.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
It's more than a pleasure.
JR wants to hear from you. Call him now at 855-212-4227.
It's the JR Sport Brief Show here with you on the Infinity Sports Network. We've already had a caller hit us up about the coaching of the Buffalo Bills. Man, you can only coach who you have in front of you out there on the field. And if you don't have the horses, you don't have the dogs, you don't have the fighters, you don't have the football players, and man, you got a upward hill to climb to go out there and win. And so ultimately we know that Andy Reid will be back in the Super Bowl opposing Nick Sirianni. We got to wait a little less than 2 weeks for that. And at least Nick Sirianni, he's bought himself some time, especially for how the season ended last year, how they went into this season. You could say that if the Eagles didn't have the year that they had, where we now know that they're going to the Super Bowl, Nick Sirianni was definitely going to be on the hot seat. Not something that he has to worry about, as he has one game in front of him in a little less than 2 weeks to get the Eagles all set and ready for a rematch against the Chiefs. And the next few individuals that I'm going to mention, man, they have months in front of them because their teams didn't make the postseason. These teams suck. They stink. They're terrible. They've gotten rid of their former head coach and they've hired a new one. The Raiders, the Jets, the Dallas Cowboys all introduced their head coaches today. In some of the press conferences, well, how about all of them? Because these are franchises trying to be on the up and up. There were some things said. Let's go from less dramatic, a little more normal, I guess if you can call it. Pete Carroll, introduced today as the latest head coach for the Raiders. Yes, Mark Davis has another one. What's the difference on this? What I believe is the 9th head coach since 2011 when his father passed away. Well, Tom Brady's in the building. Tom Brady is basically helping to run the show for the Las Vegas Raiders, and Pete Carroll is a safe option. Pete Carroll is basically a babysitter for whatever the next long-term era for the Raiders is. So Pete Carroll spoke to the media today, and he said the goal for a team that just went 4-13, a team that had Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell, he said the goal is to win as soon as possible, like immediately.
You all wondering about timelines and all that. It took us a few years to get to the very top of the last couple programs I was with. We're starting right now, going for it immediately. We don't have some timeline. We got to make it 5 or 6 years down the road. That's not what we're thinking. We're going to start right now to go after it and build this team as quickly as we can. As John saw Max back there, Max, send a message, man. We're coming after you. We're going to come find you guys and get this thing rolling as soon as possible with the highest of expectations.
Okay, good luck. Must I remind you, the Las Vegas Raiders play in the same division as the AFC champs, the Chiefs. They play in the same division as the Broncos, who have Sean Payton and a growing quarterback in Bo Nix. They play in the same division, and I know the man just choked in another playoff game by throwing 4 interceptions. He has Harbaugh, and he also has Justin Herbert. Like, this is not an easy division to compete in. For a team that doesn't even have a quarterback, good luck to Pete Carroll. This man is always happy-go-lucky. He's probably going to be stressed by the time this is done. And speaking of stressed, today, Aaron Glenn introduced as the head coach of the New York Jets. Now, look, Aaron Glenn, he played for the New York Jets. I remember watching him. He was a Jets first-round pick in 1994, 15 years as a player, even played for the Cowboys. He bounced around, defensive coordinator, most recently for the Detroit Lions. Aaron Glenn actually said, and I'm happy for him, he said he is excited to have the Jets job. What is wrong with this man? Listen to him.
Put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride. Listen, there are going to be some challenges, but with challenges becomes opportunity, gets opportunity. But here's what I do know. We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this.
Oh, okay. All right. But I mean, that's just a statement. Hollow, empty statement. Because he's the coach. The players are still there. We don't know who's going to run the offense. I mean, damn it, we don't even know if Aaron Rodgers is going to be back at the quarterback position. So he could say whatever he wants to say. Why would anybody have any optimism with the New York Jets when there is still so much uncertainty? What happens with the New York Jets, we're going to have to see over the next several months. I wouldn't be excited. I like the Jets. I'm a Jets fan. I'm not excited about anything that they've done over the past, I don't know, forever. Yeah, still 14 years and counting since they've made the playoffs. Think about that. The playoffs, 14 years. Aaron Glenn was asked about Aaron Rodgers, and he didn't have much of an answer as to what his status will be moving forward.
This thing is not about Aaron Rodgers, folks. This is about the roster. And we plan on building the best roster that we can. So whatever that may be, guard, tackle, defensive tackle, that's what we're evaluating. And listen, everybody's under the microscope. That's just what it is.
Yeah, everybody's under the microscope, but we all understand, I think he would agree, the most important football player on the team is the quarterback. I don't care if it's the New York Jets or the Saskatchewan Roughriders. The quarterback is the most important guy. And no, I don't know the starting quarterback for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. I have no idea. None. Anyway, I do know who the starting quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys is. When he's healthy, it's Dak Prescott. He's making $60 million a year trying to force feed the ball to CeeDee Lamb. Why? Because they're paying that guy $35 and he has to earn his cash. The rest of the team, well, they got to fill out that roster. Dallas Cowboys, what else is new? Just another disappointment. Got Mike McCarthy gone. The offensive coordinator, Brian Schottenheimer, who has never been a head coach in the NFL, has served off and on as an offensive coordinator for 14 years, has been to college, his dad was Marty, has no head coaching experience. Jerry Jones decided to hire him. Why, Jerry? Why are you just pushing this guy from one seat to the next when he has no experience? Hey, Jerry, don't you understand there's some risks here? What do you think about that?
Now, I get my proverbial ass kicked over needing people in my comfort zone. If you don't think I can't operate out of my comfort zone, you're so wrong. It's unbelievable. This is as big a risk as you could take. As big a risk as you could take. No head coaching experience. You've just heard him reference his osmosis, his family. Anybody in this room that doesn't believe the apple doesn't go far from the tree has missed it someplace down the road.
Oh, my goodness. So here, Jerry, answer me this question. Why in the hell did you hire this guy if you knew it was such a big old risk?
We know what osmosis is, and we know what Schotty grew up around. Not just from that, but we knew, frankly, from the standpoint of Schotty, those X hairs crossed. Schotty might never have been in our mirror or in our view had he not joined us to be with Mike as a consultant 3 years ago, and it has been a coach.
So he's saying that everybody that he's ever been involved with has rubbed off on him? Is that his thought process? What is that? He's a Schottenheimer? He's the son of Marty? He's been hanging around Mike McCarthy? So that means that he's going to be a good head coach? Like, what type of crap is that? I mean, we can look at Bill Belichick. This man has been the most successful NFL head coach over the last, 30, 40, 50 years? How did it work out for everybody that was around Bill Belichick? How did that go? The Cowboys are nuts. We're going to talk more about the Cowboys. Damn it, let's talk about the winning teams in that same division. Let's talk about the Eagles in Washington. We got more to do. The JR Sport Brief Show. Don't move.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. – 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 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 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining 2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. $45 seconds remaining. $30 seconds remaining. $15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
You're listening to the JR Sport Brief.
It is the JR Sport Brief Show here with you on the Infinity Sports Network. I'm coming to you live from Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you to everybody tuned in all across North America. You could be here in Atlanta with me. You could be in New York City with our super producer and host, Ryan Hickey. Also, Greg holding it down on the board. You could be in California, Alaska. You could be in Philadelphia, Kansas City. You could be in Western New York. You could be in our nation's capital. Maybe you're happy, maybe you're sad, maybe you're cool. Either way, I'm going to be cool here with you for the next 3 hours. This is a 4-hour show. I get started every weekday, 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 Pacific. And we've already talked about a lot. The Kansas City Chiefs winning again. I know what else is new. The Buffalo Bills, we're going to talk about them. How about this? Gene Battaglia is going to join us in about 20 minutes from the Fan in Rochester. I want to know, man, we got Josh Allen. People are mad at Dalton Kincaid for missing the pass and dropping it at the end of the game. We're going to talk about the Buffalo Bills and what might be next for them. In a few seconds, a few minutes, we're going to talk about the Eagles. And then right before the break, we talked about some of these bad teams. Just hiring head coaches. Jerry Jones explaining the hiring of Brian Schottenheimer. Pete Carroll is the new head coach of the Raiders. He was